People in the chat, how we doing today? How we doing today? What up, what up? We back. We are back. President of Brazil. Yeah, Brazil was great. It's not a place that tends to have a huge community that like meets up to celebrate this kind of stuff, conventions, VTubing, all those things. But the event went really well. There's a good number of people there. A lot of people were very thankful that myself and a few others came out, because it's rare that if anyone does an event there that they even pull any guests at all to be able to show up. And I was like, well, that sucks, because there's a lot of you, you know. And I did the event for free. I wasn't, you know, looking for payment or anything, because I feel it's a bit unfair to try and accept an appearance fee from an event in a country where their currency versus like our dollar is just wildly different, you know. Like I just think that's not great. You know, obviously you should get paid for your time, so when you can take an appearance fee or whatever, like, you should. But if it's like, if it's not competitive at all, right? Like, I just don't want to take the fee, you know? So I just did it, and it was a good time. I take payment of cute girls. It's true. There were so many girls. Hey, Joel, as a Brazilian. They were all so nice. They were all so nice. I thought we would need more translation assistance and everything, but actually a good number of them spoke English, so they just came up for the meet and greet, and we just spoke in English, and it was fine. We had people there on the spot ready to help translate if they needed, but they really wanted to try, you know, regardless, which was great. So yeah, no, I had a really good time. The event was wonderful. It was, I was surprised by a few people, where one person is an artist who's done some work for me before, who's done like some thumbnails. And she came out, and she apparently was on like a 4-hour bus ride to get there. I was like, what the fuck? So I was very, very, very thankful. And I'm glad she won like a little thing that was raffled off too. So I was like, good, she deserves it, because she has to like go home after today. It's gonna take a long time. Yeah, but it was cool. It was really nice. It was really, really, really nice. Was that a convention? It's a maid cafe that did their own event. So rather than it being just like a standalone con, it was kind of like a con, like in format, but it was a smaller event. It wasn't in a big convention center. They just had a little venue, and they had like one big room, and they just did everything in there. It was cool. It was really, really nice. Yeah, Joel, right, like small event venue. Yeah, it was just this little place. But it was packed. There was a lot of people, and it was really well done. So I was very thankful to them. I got to meet a bunch of Brazilian VTubers, which is interesting, because they have an okay number of VTubers in Brazil, from Brazil. But a lot of them have not really done content in English, and they haven't really become known outside of their little sphere, right? And so in order for people to start noticing, something has to happen, you know, like they're very few, but they came up, and I helped out as much as I could, gave like bits of advice on how to exit their bubble a little bit, you know, things like that. It's nice. They were all so sweet. So incredibly sweet. No, Bark was not in a maid outfit. He was in a t-shirt. It was crazy. He was in a t-shirt. My editor, Bark, is Brazilian, and he's very dedicated to trying to help that community, that content community, like do their shit, you know? So it's just I just think, you know, he missed an opportunity by not being in a dress. And I think if he was in a dress, he might have helped the community more. And I think he is failing to help that community by not, you know, sticking a little leg out from time to time. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Joel, that's my editor. Wait, Joel, I thought you knew. Yeah, you told him more than once in DMs. Bark, Joel doesn't remember shit ever, okay? This is just because he's a typical man with his man brain. Even if he has a sexy female body, he's a man. He's an M word, okay? And he forgets everything. Don't say that, Joel. Don't type that in my chat. You can't say that. It was good, though. It was a good event. It was solid. So many people. And then we had, one of the maids came up, too. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. There's one person, he posted on, Twitter if you want to see it, but there was a guy who made a like 3D modeled figurine of Boris, sanded it down, painted it, like it looks like really well done, that he showed and raffled off. I don't accept gifts at events, so I was like, if anyone brings anything, please just like raffle it or something, like give it to community members, you know. So it was nice. That was one that the artist got. It was cool. It was neat. And then I was trying to figure out, you know, someone asked a question that I thought was really good, because this is something I've been wondering about too. They were asking, like, they were just kind of conjecture, right? They were like, what if we did this? What if we did that? And try to get my opinion on some ways of maybe making it easier to get merch down to South America. And I was like, thank God you said this, because I agree. Like, it's so hard to get merch down to South America and to make sure it gets to people safely and properly, and to make sure that it doesn't cost $1 billion, because a shirt that costs you $30 in the US, that is so much money for someone in a lot of other countries. And then outside of the product being expensive, that's not the worst part. It's the fees to get it shipped there. Sometimes there are customs fees, like yeah, when you import an item into Brazil, you have to pay this extra customs fee as well to have it handled. And it's just like, it's just so much. So much. So I was telling that guy, and if anyone else is down there in South America just thinking about it, honestly, people should consider opening companies down there that can accept packages of merchandise and sell it as a third-party store across South America. Now I'm sure certain countries still have a hard time trading with each other down there. But it'd be easier if it was at least starting down there. But it's a big issue. And I don't know how aware you guys are, but idol culture and idol groups, etc., are so popular down in South America. Exports in general from Japan, like media related stuff, so popular down there. But it's really hard to get the actual merchandise, to get the you know, like get a CD imported, all that stuff. So the only way people get things typically is they either pay a crazy amount in fees to import this stuff, or there will be another third party that will like buy up a whole box of shit from Japan or from wherever, import it, and then sell it again, resell as a third party for like a small profit, you know? So I've been looking to see if there's any like third party down there that would want to do that, where I could like just bulk sell them merch that's maybe just priced a little lower, so my profit is a little lower, but then that person can like adjust up from there a little, you know? No, it's not scalping. No. Scalping is when you buy something at like the full price and then are jacking up the price. I'm talking about an actual deal where I sell it to them at like a vendor price. Because normally I wouldn't allow resale of my merch, right? Like normally my stuff is I sell to you and that's it. No one else is supposed to sell that same stuff resale, to you. But in cases like that, if I can find a good third party, I would consider that, because otherwise I'm asking fans down there to pay, crazy amount. We can, Joel. That was another thing I was talking about. I was talking about, what about producing stuff down there too? So maybe not all items could be made down there, but like shirts and stuff. What if I give the files to a third party, a separate merch company, to just make a small run of stuff and then sell it down there, right? It really only makes sense for people that have a good audience in the area, but it's just a thought. It's a thought. I think it'd be cool if someone started a company down there that would do the production of these products in like a separate South America only merch deal or something. You know what I mean? Like it would be cool to try and tackle the problem of like global sales and just how hard that all is. It will be cool. I don't think I would personally be able to sell enough merch down there for that to make sense, depending on like, minimums and stuff. But if they were cool just doing a run of like 30 shirts, fuck it. I'd be like, yeah, let's go. Here are the files. Please produce it down there so you don't pay the crazy imports and, all that. But yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting thought. It's a very interesting thought. Yeah, I agree, Joel. I agree. It's really hard to tell where people are. Like I could ask chat where you guys are from, and only the people who are willing to type in chat would say something, and that's those who are willing to dox themselves mildly, right? It doesn't capture the actual community, because there are a lot of people that just don't type in chat and lurk. There are a lot of people that they'll buy merch, but they don't even watch streams. They're more so like a clip watcher or from, YouTube in general. And it's so hard to pinpoint like where your community physically is and where your merch buying community is. There's some people that from certain regions, they just don't really buy a lot of merch. It's just culturally like not a big thing that they're going to do, right? So it's so hard to tell. So I think about it, I'm like, oh, it'd be so cool to like send these files to a manufacturer down there or whatever, but I would have no idea how many like shirts to make, for example. If they're like, how many do you think you'd sell down here? I'd be like, fuck if I know. I don't know. There's no way to really get that data with what we currently have. So it's all so interesting. It's all so interesting. But anyway, yeah, that's what I did yesterday. That's what I did yesterday. And then I visited I saw a whole bunch of people. I saw I have a grandparent who's not doing so hot, but definitely doing better. So I got to visit them on Friday. No, early Saturday. I spent all day Friday with my mom, just because like I see her here and there, but I hadn't like spent a full day with her in a while, so I did that Friday. Saw one of my brothers, and then I saw one of my a friend that I've been friends with for like decades. I saw her. Haven't seen her in forever. So it was nice. It was nice. I feel like the weekend went by so fast, but it was just like 3 hours I'll be here with this person, 3 hours I'll be there at that person's house, 3 hours I'll be at this person's apartment, and going out with this person to eat food and catch up and blah blah blah. Like it was just one of those like times where I'm like, I'm gonna take a day and just bounce around to a bunch of people and figure it the fuck out. I don't know. It was a whirlwind, man. It was a whirlwind, but it was good. It was good. We can set to do that. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that like I see here and there, but I haven't been able to sit down and be like, here is a several hour chunk of time where I'm just gonna do stuff with you, and there's no talk of anything we have to work on or anything, right? It's like purely hanging out. Yeah, I didn't get to do that for a while, so that's what this weekend was for, was me to just be able to go and, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. So I watched lots of your content on YouTube. This is my first time dropping by a stream. Must be kind of difficult to properly figure out where the community is, as I feel I kind of float about lurking around here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and the platforms don't really give us like great analytics. And even if they gave us the best analytics ever, I still wouldn't know like the answer to the question. If someone said, "How many shirts should I produce for your Brazilian fans?" I'd be like, uh, um, you know, I could take a lot of guesses, but I would have no real good level of certainty on it. Like I would just not know. So, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. He was forced to arrest due to cat on face. I spent I spent one night at my mom's. I was there like Friday to Saturday night, or Friday night into Saturday. And so the cat that she has, I was living with her for a short bit when she got that cat. When she was like a tiny kitten. This was years ago. And that cat was like my kitten. I loved her, and she would sleep on my face all the time. I spent so much time with her. I would play with her. She was really, really, really active, and I was like making a big effort to keep her, you know, exercised and all that. I would like get home from working and do all that stuff. And you know, I see my mom often enough, but I don't always go to her house. And every time I go there, I'm like, I wonder if she remembers me. But she like instantly is like, oh my God, you know. It's cute. I miss her. I miss her all the time. She's so cute. She's really tiny too. She's not a kitten anymore, obviously. She hasn't been a kitten for a long time, but she's like such a small cat. She's so small. Love picking her up. I love picking her up. She's really smart. She's very intelligent. She goes to like cabinets and opens them, and then like picks at stuff that she wants and tries to like get us to get it for her. I love her. She's fat now though. She's like got a small head, small shoulders, small like hip bone, you know, pelvic bone area. And then she's just like round in the middle. And I'm like trying to tell my mother like, hey, feed her less. And she was like, I have been feeding her less, but it's not less enough. And I was showing her like physically how much a cat that size, like a small cat, should be fed. Because any cats that she had before that were like, you know, tall and long, like they did need more. But I was like, hey, a cat of this size that should be about this weight should be eating this much. And she was like, no, there's no way. I've been trying for like a year to get her to not overfeed her cat. Ugh. Slowly but surely she's being fed less and less, but it's surprising how little cats really need to eat. Yeah, well, people get tricked because they sit there and meow at you like their life is ending, you know, and they're like, rah, 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 trying to, you know, tell you they're so hungry, and people believe them. They're like, oh my God, my cat is so hungry. But realistically, they're like that because cats have a really low hit rate. So when they're out and about in the wild and they're trying to catch a bird or whatever, their chance of like catching that bird that they're going for in that moment is pretty low, pretty low. So they spend all day trying to catch food and then are maybe successful once every other day or something, right? So they're just inclined genetically to want to try to get food all the time because the likelihood is low. But then when you put them in an environment like a house where they can get food anytime, that instinct doesn't go away. So they're just constantly like, I want food. It's not that they're actually hungry. It's just their success rate is low, so they're wired to be trying to get food all the time, you know? But they're fine. Common predators have a low success rate, I thought. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Especially the house cat, you know? But it's just cute, whatever. It's just cute. And you refuse them then? You just say no and don't give it to them. That's all. That's all. You just don't do it. Don't let them trick you. Aren't cats considered mostly non-domesticated in some cases? No, they're completely domesticated. There's the occasional cat that has lived its life outdoors and they will call it feral. In my experience, having done a lot of cat rescue, almost all of them can be rehabilitated and domesticated and put in a home. Even the ones that people think are like super ultra feral, there's still a lot of those ones that can live inside a home. You just have to work on them. They're just, you know, not used to it. There's some that, you know, are better off outside just because it's not worth the effort as long as they have a good place to live outdoors. But you can absolutely like, no, you could tame almost all cats. Even the really feral ones with enough concerted effort, you could do it. So, just saying, it's just really tough to work with a lot of them when they're like that, and the amount of effort it takes. You need people that understand cat behavior really well. It's like not worth, you know.
Tried tipping several times
Oh.
and failed. Enjoy inefficient bitch.
Thank you, Stat. Thank you. Glad it went through. Oh, there was a big one earlier that I wanted to thank. Zenfo Shen gave 5k bits earlier, which is insane. Thank you so much. I did not miss that. That was like when we were on starting soon, right at the beginning. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I said, for someone who's planning on having a hairless cat soon, what is used to keep their skin moisturized? They make like cat conditioner, cat lotion, whatever. You don't really need to. Just don't let them dry out. Like keep them well watered and fed. You can add a little fish oil, like look up the ones that are okay for them. You can add a little fish oil to their food, and then that helps them in their own production of oils and keeping their skin healthy. But whatever they naturally produce should be enough. You shouldn't have to do anything crazy. So just make sure you don't like over bathe them. You really honestly should like never bathe a cat ever. Cats don't need baths unless you're like taking one in that was in the mud and you're getting the mud off them, or, you know, like extenuating circumstances. But you should just leave it and it'll be fine. It'll be all right. You know? Yeah, Bim. I fully agree. I used to do cat rescue as like a hobby. And I would on the weekends and like at nights and stuff here and there, like get sent out to go help grab some cats in an area. And I didn't foster too many. I only fostered some. So my way of helping was to be going out and like feeding colonies that were being kept, or finding cats that needed to be trapped and trapping them. Or if someone wanted to call like a foster group and be like, oh man, there's a kitten in a drain pipe and we can't get the kitten out, I would like help with that stuff. And yeah, so I got to experience a lot of cats that were like not happy, really not happy about being yoinked, you know, and being their like first stop, like keeping them in my bathroom and helping them get accustomed, and then once they're a little bit better, then giving them to a proper foster home that could spend time with them. But I would get a lot of them when they were like really spicy and did not want to be rescued, you know. So I got to experience that phase. And I gotta say, even cats that are freaking the fuck out, growling, trying to scratch you, trying to bite you, whatever, a lot of them, you can just get them to a good point. It just takes time. There were some that I would have in my bathroom for like an entire month. And every time they would legitimately just want to kill me because they thought I wanted to kill them. And then at some point, they're just like, oh, you don't want to kill me. I've decided it's okay now. And, you know, through some concerted effort, you can really get a lot of them to be all right. So I don't know, man. I love cats. I love cats. Kindness, patience, and food. I so many times would sleep on that bathroom floor, pillow and a blanket, and just sleep in the room with a cat like could very well attack me, just to like get them used to the idea that I'm comfortable around them. And if you sleep around them, that's like one way to really get them to that point. And I spent so many nights sleeping on my bathroom floor hoping I don't get like attacked in the middle of the night. You just get used to it. I don't know, but it worked. It worked for a lot of them, you know. Said, hey Giga, gotta go, my fiance's done getting ready for work. Have a great rest of the day. Oh, we got someone bragging about having a fiance. Oh, must be nice. Must be fucking nice. You're gonna make chat cry. You can't say that here. You can't say that stuff. They're gonna freak out, okay? They're gonna freak out. Don't do it. Marriage mocked. It's fucked up, man. Yeah, oh, I just want to let everyone know I got a fiance and 100 girlfriends. Uh-huh. Hope you have a great day, or whatever. Oh, we got another one. I got married a few months ago. I'm good, LOL. Oh, must be nice being newlywed. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Ooh. You're gonna get G-kicked, okay? Bros in the guild chat being like, hey, guess what? We had that a long time ago. A long time ago. Oh, man. I was playing Eve. Someone had got, you know, our equivalent of G-kicked because he kept talking about his wife. And everyone was like, stop talking about your wife. And obviously it was done as a joke, but at some point, bro just got G-kicked. They were like, Reason keeps talking about his fucking wife. The wife guy. And they kicked him out for a day. They wouldn't let him back in because all he would do is talk about his wife. And like one guy, thing is, normally like everyone would just make fun of him. But that day, one guy had like just been broken up with. And everyone was consoling him. And he was like not overly sad, but we were just making sure he had a nice day. And then like the wife guy comes into guild chat, you know, it's like fucking. And we were like, we gotta kick him. We gotta kick him. He's gotta go. So we took him out for the day. Oh, it was so funny. We were all trying so hard to not, we're on like, it's, oh my god, it's forever ago. We're on like Ventrilo or whatever the fuck we're using. And we're all just trying to not laugh because we kicked this guy for having a wife. Oh man. He was such a wife guy though. I mean, he had just gotten married like that month, you know, and he was like, the thing is like he had lived with her briefly before that, but he was living back and forth between like his parents' house and living with her. Kind of, sorta, and like living at her parents' place. So when they got married, they actually got to live together for the first time without other people there, everything. So I get he was like having the time of his life, but we were getting pissed. We were getting pissed because our other friend was like, he was broken up with in the worst way. He was cheated on. It was this whole thing, and we were like, stop talking about your wife, dude. Stop it. Oh, we just had to, you know, we just had to. Oh, it was the whole thing. It was a funny time. That was a funny time. Time of his life. Well, he was telling us all about it, you know, and we were like not in detail, but still. Like he'd like be cheeky and be like, oh, just with the wife. Late morning. And we're like, shut up. Shut up. You know? I'm trying to farm stuff. I'm trying to figure out what we're farming today. And you're sitting here talking about like late morning with the wife. We would yell at him like every day. Oh, it was so funny. Make a guild roll wife guy that has 0 chat privileges. Man, it was bad. Orknoy, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $10. Yeah, congrats on the sex. Pretty much, man. I mean, it wasn't just that. It was just like, dude was so sappy too. He'd be like, I woke up this morning and I looked over and I just realized like, wow, that's my wife. And we'd be like, ooh, you know, like it just you say this like every other day. It's like, oh my god. He'd show up and he'd be like, hey guys, what are we farming today? Anyway, something my wife. And to be fair, he only did it for like 2 months when they're newlywed. Okay, he went back to being like a normal person after that, but man, it was annoying. My wife, Moonlit Echo, thank you for the 2 gifted. Was this also around the time you were sleeping in the bathroom with the feral cat? No. No, not at that time. Not at that time. I remember at that time I was in between work and I had like a week off. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna play Eve for a week. I'm not gonna do anything but that. Taka, thank you for the $10. Thank you. 10 schmackers. But I took the week off and I was like, well, I kind of have to. You know, like my next work was starting a week later, so I did nothing but play Eve and listen to this dude talk about his wife and listen to this other guy lament about how he like wasn't in a relationship anymore. And I was like, man, I just wanted a nice week to play Eve. I couldn't do it, man. I was like, fuck this. Because the thing is, during the day when everyone else is working, like, no one is really on besides like a couple of people, and it happened to be those two because they were, you know, working different hours, and it's terrible. It's terrible. Your husband also does this after 8 years. It's really hard when you meet people he's met first because you gotta immediately manage expectations. Yeah, you gotta like get in the way of it. Oh, I get it. I get it. I just wanted the guy to, yeah, to lock in. Like, we'd be trying to go over what we were doing that day, you know? Group effort. And bro would just be like, oh, hold on, I just heard a sound. Let me make sure my wife is okay. And he would do this like all the time the first month. And I was like, do you think someone's constantly trying to break into your house and steal your wife? Like, why do you have to check on her constantly? And I was like, does she have like a health issue or something? Like what are you checking on? He was like, no, just sometimes I hear a weird noise. And I'm like, she's probably just walking around and like getting a plate. See her clank. Like, dude was crazy for the first like month or two. I just want you to know that my braless wife just walked in and handed me a sandwich that she made for me just the way I like it, you know? And I just, you know, she just watched me 360 no scope triple kill some guys. Like, it was just, I don't know. Unasked for. You know, to this day, that's still one of the greatest tweets of all time. Dude, what was the tweet? What was the tweet, man? What, verbatim? Let me find it. I think he was like, my braless wife came in and gave me a chips and a sandwich unasked for. Like, well, it was while I get a double kill in the bot lane. Oh, thank you. I am in the middle of carrying a League of Legends game, about to close it out, and my braless wife brings me a sandwich not asked for with chips as I get a double kill bot lane. So how is your day going? It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so many layers of awful. This tweet, the tweet itself is awful. The sitting there and deciding to tweet that is awful. The last sentence kills it. The last sentence makes it even worse than everything. So how is your day going? Like, it's as if it already wasn't there if you read between the lines. It's like, I'm making this clear to you that I tweeted this because I think my day is better than yours, and I want to make sure you know that. Right? Honestly, it's the greatest engagement bait. It's the greatest engagement bait of like all time. This tweet is a masterclass. It's so good. It's so good, man. It's perfect. He made having a great wife seem cringe somehow. The problem is, he, instead of just talking about how great his wife is, he makes sure he mentions she's braless. She brought me a sandwich without asking. Like, it's, why did you have to mention like wife and sandwich in the same sentence? You know what I mean? Like, we know where that usually comes from. We know the jokes about that. It's just like so many layers deep of like, we didn't need to say this. But the braless part is the worst. I agree. My braless wife. Like, announcing to the world that, hey, she's comfortable at home. I need to make sure everyone knows about it, though. I want you all to know that I was very aware she was braless, and it's all I thought about when she was coming into the room. You know? And again, I think that's okay if you keep that in the home, you know? But, like, to tweet about it, I don't know. Some women wouldn't mind, but there are also other women that would be like, can you never tweet this shit about me? Like, you know? Ugh. Terrible. Who's gonna be first to tweet? My pantsless husband just brought me a sandwich. Yeah, like, imagine she just goes out of her way to keep tweeting and mentioning that you're not wearing pants anytime you're just walking around in your boxers. Like, I don't know. It's just funny, man. Oh yeah, reads the way shitty authors describe women as well as it's giving sheep-breasted boobily. There was, oh man, did I read you guys prompts from the last one? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta go to the romance category of the Bulwer Lytton fiction contest. Alright? You gotta go to the romance section. This is the fiction contest where which by the way, I want you to know that the guy who was doing this was like, this was probably going to be the last year of it. But they have this archive of all the winners. And basically you would write into this contest yearly and you would do the worst opening line to a novel. And not to actual existing novels. You would write a fictional opening line to a fictional novel and you try to write the worst opening line you could. Whether it's just poorly written, it's just like so unnecessary. It's really good. So the grand prize in 2024 went to this one. This was the opening line to their fictional novel. It was, "She had a body that reached out and slapped my face like a 5-pound ham hock tossed from a speeding truck." Like that was their really bad one. When you go to the romance category, oh my god, like some of them get so fucking bad. And they're purposefully bad, you know? Romance here. Here was the winner from that year's romance category. Ready? Also, a lot of these are really bad run-on sentences, which just makes them better. Okay, from Tony from Allegheny, New York. If broken hearts were made of simple syrup, and shattered dreams were made from white rum, and agony and despair came from a 3/4 ounce lime juice, freshly squeezed, and 3 mint leaves respectively, then Mary Lou just served up a mojito cocktail straight from the 9th circle of hell when she told Ricky the baby wasn't his. It's awful. It's the worst. It's the worst, man. It feels like Charlie would have written this to say in a video, right? It's so bad. It's really good. I'm glad that one won. And they have all the dishonorable mentions. Man, it's just... It's... ugh. This is one that I liked too. Ready? This is from G. Andrew Lundberg from LA. Jane Hammerlink's mane of auburn hair blew in the morning breeze like Seabiscuit's tail passing the quarter pole. Her eyes sparkled like the finest cubic zirconia, and her snow-white apron and ruby-red lipstick gave me a tingling sensation in the extremities that I had theretofore associated only with Flo from Progressive. It's just so gross. It's just so gross. It's a great opening line, okay? It's a banger. Oh, man. What is this contest? I saw that this year they said they were like probably weren't doing it anymore. Basically, they said, the guy that was running it, he was saying, with deep regrets, he's announcing the conclusion of the contest. It's becoming increasingly burdensome, and he wants to put himself out to pasture while he still has some vim and vigor. In 1983, he initiated this competition. This is the same guy who's been running it since then. He invited entrants to submit bad opening sentences to imaginary novels, and he never thought he'd get thousands of entrants, or that the contest would survive for 4 decades, over to 4 decades. He's grateful to the entrants and to his panel of undistinguished judges who dutifully selected each year's winners. and his daughter for helping him run it. It's been 42 years since they've been doing it. That's crazy. His name is Scott Rice. And then his daughter was like, yeah, I'm gonna miss it too. She put her email here. And she was saying, any little bit you could spare towards helping us with the steep expense of keeping the archive going, a few bucks is great, would be greatly appreciated. She posted her Venmo. I might just donate straight to them. I might just donate. Guys, should we take it on? Maybe I'll contact. I'll be like, hello, I'm an anime woman from the internet, and and I really love this contest. Can I take it on, maybe? Host it with Fred. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You know what? I had mentioned this to him previously. Hold on. I'm gonna talk to him. Hold on, hold on. Okay, okay. I will hold my thoughts on this, but I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. And I think we could do some good things here. I think we could do some good stuff. Yeah, what if Fred and I host it? we hold an awards ceremony and everything. Oh, man. And I go, hello, I'm an anime woman. If GEEGA takes over, we see an increase in fecal-based pros. If people pushed it too far, I would ban them from it. Easy. Very easy. I would just do it. I think this could be really cool, though. Maybe we do it, because I feel like I've mentioned this contest to you guys every year that I've streamed. Like, multiple times a year. And, I just really like this contest. So I think it's time. I think it's time. Have guests on who win a prize if they can do dramatic reading in one take with a straight face. I have so many ideas. We'll get there. We'll get there. We shall get there. But I think it could be cool, man. It could be cool. I don't know if they would pass over the actual contest or if they would just, like, make it so that they said if someone else wants to run something devilishly dissimilar, or very similar, they would put a link to it on their page. So I would consider just being like, you know, a spiritual successor, maybe. Traumatic reading by GEEGA's friends. Dread would kill that shit. There's something I can't tell you details, but I will tell you this. I've been sending Dread some links this weekend a lot, because there's like a creature of the internet out there that has been saying some funny shit. Like, there's an insane creature that I've been witnessing, and I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And I've been sending it to him, and I'm like, no one would get it. And it's just been, I think I've found the greatest content creator of all time, but I will never share them with any of you. I will never share them with anyone, really. I just, this person should not have an audience, okay? They, like, really should not, so I will not share them, but I think, as I, like, look at what they're doing, I'm like, I think this person is genuinely one of, like, the greatest content creators ever, but they should not be shared, you know, so I'm not going to, but man, it is, I'm like, oh, I wish I could. So I've just been sharing with, like, one friend, and I chose Dread. I was like, I think he'll get it. I think he'll get it. Oh man. Are they trying to be funny? A little bit. They're mostly trying to be like cool and serious about what they're doing. And it's just so fucking cool, man. Like, it's actually like they're also trying to be a bit ironic, and it's hitting so hard. Like, it's really hitting, man. It's good. I just can't. I just can't. No, it's not the pencil guy. It's not someone any of you would have seen. It's just so it's genuinely so good. And they put in so much effort, and like I like actually respect it. But this person is not well and should not have an audience, so I'm just like, I can't. Like, that aside, you know? So I'm like, man, for their own good and the good of everybody, conceal, don't feel, you know? YouTube sometimes throws you sub 1K views to cryptid to observe. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff, right? Like, I've actually been clicking. Do you guys actually click on those? When YouTube sends you a video on your front page and it's got like 300 views, do you ever click on them? I've been trying them out. I've been giving myself like, I made a solemn vow to try a lot of them. And I've been trying a lot of them out. A lot of them are really not good, would never go back to the channel. However, some are it, man. That's how I found this person. Some are it, and I'm like, damn, this shit is actually like, I would watch a ton of this. And I've been keeping my eyes on some of them. It's been cool. And there's some that I'm like, this, there's a reason. There's a reason, you know? But it's been cool, man. Ooh, you found a 50 view 3-hour video that was just stomach noises and you're like 99% sure those fetish content? Oh, 100%, yeah. 100%. There's just no way it's anything else, right? YouTube algo is my highlights and clips from friends around the group. Yeah, I always monitor my own clips. I'll watch them back and let my editor know if I'm like, oh, change the title on this one, or like, oh, I don't like this thumbnail, or oh, when you're editing in the future, you know, there's this long preamble and people think this is clickbait, but it's not. Maybe put a highlight at the beginning of this thing so they know it's actually in the video, or blah, blah, you know, like all these little things. So I go and I review all my stuff. So now because I review all my stuff, my algo thinks I'm my biggest fan, and it just like, it recommends so much of me. And it'll recommend me stuff that I've already watched. It thinks I'm such a big fan that I want to rewatch my videos. And I'm just like, hey, I'm just quality checking. Like, please, no. Please, no. It's so much, man. It's so much. I have to spend so much time, like, trying to click other stuff to get my algo back. I'm not gonna choose don't recommend channel and fuck up my own shit, man. Oh, no. No. Nuh-uh. You have videos all that have titles like, if this video found you, you need to hear this, and it's the most basic self-help nonsense by someone who looks like they're losing control of their life. Yeah, I've noticed that there's this huge shift of content creators who are in, like, for example, interior design, right? I love watching somebody design a space, watching them transform a space. They're like, yo, I went to this subscriber's house and their bedroom looked like shit and I made it look better. I'm like, oh, that's cool. But do you know how many of those channels have started turning into like self-help shit? And I'm like, I just want to know how to make, like, how do you choose the right curtains and rug? And instead they're like, did you know that the right curtains will save your fucking life and fix all of your problems? Your room is an oasis, your house is your temple, you know? And I'm like, oh, I just want instructions to know this thing, or I just wanted to look at a nice, sometimes I just want to look at a nice space. I'm not here for that. And I'm like, Jesus. And there's nothing wrong with like a little bit of it, but sometimes those channels I could tell that's like all they're doing in these videos. And I'm like, man, I don't want this, you know? I don't want that. No thanks. No thanks. You enjoy that dude that does the feng shui remodels? Yeah. It's interesting. I need to know where to put my 3 pieces of furniture. I struggle so much with wanting to make my space look nice versus wanting it to be as utilitarian as possible. I've always struggled with that. And I think it's because the spaces I grew up in were like filled with excess furniture, not like items hoarded. Like there wasn't a lot of stuff, but every wall would be covered in furniture that didn't match because so and so passed away and we have this dresser from them, and then this person moved out of here, and oh, this bedroom set was from when I was younger and we can't get rid of it. It's historical or whatever. And there was just so much extra furniture just like in corners that like people could not bear with giving away or getting rid of because they would perceive value, so they couldn't, like someone in the family had to take it or something like that. And I was just so like, so now when I'm in my own space, it's really hard for me. Like I want to add things in here, make it look nicer, but it's hard for me to add shit because I really don't want that. You know what I mean? So I find myself like actively not buying more furniture because I'm like, I already have a chair. How many chairs do I need? You know, I could just drag this chair to this other room, you know, like, and my brain is just like doing that. So I'd watch a lot of videos of people decorating spaces, and that after enough minutes of me watching that, I will then get myself to like do something to a room that looks nice, right? I have to like inundate my brain with it, flood my brain with it to get myself to do it. So that's what I do. That's what I do, man. Otherwise, I will be, you know, our male living spaces, and I will have a rug and a computer and a cardboard box that it's on, because why buy a new desk when the box works? Yeah, like my brain, I just, I have to like force myself, man. Hi, Kyle. Decorating's hard. Yeah, because the other thing is like my brain is very, I keep thinking about being in that room cleaning it, right? And I love to make it so that the place is easy to clean. So I don't have any decorative objects on top of any surfaces, right? Let's say there's a dresser or a table against a wall. Normally you'd put out like a little figurine, a little knick-knack, a little something. I don't have anything like that out because then you have to clean it. It gets dust on it. So stuff that I do have is on a shelf with a glass sliding door or something like that. You know, like there's still stuff that exists that can be seen. But all of my surfaces, everything's like in little boxes, whatever, so I can just clean it fast. So when I'm in a store and I'm like, oh, I really like this little random statuette, this thing's so cool. If I'm with somebody, they'll be like, buy it. And I'm like, I can't. I have to put on a surface, and I don't put things on my surfaces. You know, like I turn into a crazy person. Objects cannot be anywhere but away. I don't know, man. So I'm like trying to get things laid out in a way where that's not so bad. That's not so bad. I don't know. I do have more glass cases instead of cabinets that are like wooden doors and things so you can see into them, so I can display shit. And I don't know. That's what the cleaning lady's for. I can't hire cleaning people. First of all, you need like money for a cleaning lady, and I'm not gonna say I'm broke, but I'm not gonna say that I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just throw money at a cleaning lady. Fuck my retirement, you know, whatever. No, I'll clean it myself. But 2, I don't want someone in my house that I don't know. I just don't. And I can't get myself to get past that. I don't know. I just don't. So I'll just deal with it. I'll just deal with it. It's hard to find good display cases that are enclosed. Dude, I got this bookshelf thingy from IKEA a long while ago. And I'm gonna tell you exactly which one. I'm changed. I'm a changed person, and I love it. No, not the Billy bookshelves. They fucking suck, okay? They look all right, but they're, like, shitty. You know, IKEA has, like, a really wide range of some items are, like, good and some are not good. Quality-wise. No, not the Calex. Let me find it. This one's really good. If you go to IKEA and you get, like, the not most expensive, but not cheapest item, you can find some stuff that's really good. Let me find it. Let me find it. Because this bitch is... this bitch is really good. This thing is really nice. It's a metal cabinet, okay? I know people like wood or whatever, and they want their homes to be warm and inviting or whatever the fuck. I want metal, cold. It has 2 sliding glass doors. It's relatively tall and quite wide. And this thing is a fucking beast. It's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy. This one. This one. Oh my god. It's not their cheapest item, but it's really good, and I would buy 100 of these. This one. Boom. This bitch is so good. It is so good. Okay. I fucking love this thing, and I want to buy 3. I want to buy 3. Look at this. Okay. 2 glass sliding doors. Very important. The doors go into a track, right? Top and bottom. So dust has a hard time getting in. A lot of other things where you close the door, there's like a little gap. And if you put like figures in it, stuff like that, dust will still get in pretty easily, fast enough that you have to clean kind of often. This thing, I'm not gonna say it's airtight, but it's pretty good. It's metal. I can stick magnets to it. Random merch magnets that I never knew what the fuck to do with. They're all on the side of it now. Okay. I have it right next to me. I could see it right here. It's relatively tall. It like looks like kind of boxy, but it's pretty big. But it's not so tall that you can't put stuff on top of it and see it. All right. And then underneath, you see that big gap? That's nice, because if it's not going to be completely down to the floor, I need it to be high enough that I can vacuum under it, and I can get under this thing. Okay? I fucking love this thing, man. I fucking love it. It's just an IKEA cabinet, that's all, but it's really nice. I don't know how long they're going to have this thing available, because I don't know if they're going to discontinue it. I might just get a second one. It's 140 centimeters tall. And it's one of those ones where, you can adjust the shelf height and everything too. So I have like a really big bottom shelf that I put weird, abnormally tall stuff on. I love this thing, man. I love it. And it's really sturdy, and I feel like no matter how hard I try, I don't think I could break this thing easily. Like, obviously you can break the glass, but I don't know. I just think this thing is so good. This thing is so nice. It's so fucking nice. And it's in a really nice neutral gray, because I hate everything I own being black all the time. It's a little too stark. I don't know. It's nice. It's nice. Get the second one, I'm gonna do it. How much was it? This thing is almost 600. It's not super cheap. For IKEA furniture, because IKEA furniture tends to be a lot cheaper than that. But this thing is all metal construction, has those sliding doors, and again, they're like on proper tracks with little wheels. So I like this thing. I like this thing a lot. This thing is my beloved. My beloved. A touch of gray is the GEEGA version of ColourPop. You know what I'm gonna do? What do they call it? What's the design term? What do they call this? When they pick one color and they fill the room with that color. Is it color flooding? Color drenching. Color drenching. Okay. This is when you pick a room and you're gonna decorate the room and you don't really know how to like accent colors with each other, so instead you drench the room in all one color, but it's not the same shade of the color, it's like adjusting around. Color drenching is real good. Okay, real good. And that's what I'm gonna do. So here's an example. Someone picked a lot of older homes used to do this. Used to have like the green room, the blue room, stuff like that. You go to old hotels and they're like this. So this is it's not a new trend. This is one that they used to do back in the day. But look, the color that they picked was green. Boom. Boom. Green chairs, green walls, green ceiling, brownish rug that has like a slight green tinge to it, some plants, right? Color drenching. Yeah, the White House does this. That's what I mean by this is like an older thing. Brother, I'm doing that. I'm doing that. Okay. Easy to do poorly, but looks nice when snow melt. Mm-hmm. Set a marble fireplace. Yeah, well, you know, these design magazines, everyone's rich, okay? Everyone's rich, man, and everyone has a fucking, you know, $1 billion all one piece of marble imported from Italy kind of thing. But I like this. I like color drenching because I'm like, dude, you pick like it's neutrals and one color and I don't have to think. I love that. Here's a blue one. They picked this shade of blue, right? Painted the walls. Got curtains that are similar but a little off. Chairs that are also similar but a little off. So it's like not all exactly the same. Neutral rug. They picked gold as the metal color. You just choose like gold or silver. Pick one, right? Boom. There you go. Yeah, clue core. No accent wall? No. I think an accent wall in a colorful room is kind of crazy. I think that's kind of like you'd overdo it. But that's what I'm going to do, man. And I'm going to do it, but with gray. Okay. I'm doing it, but with gray. And I'm kind of like black and gray. I'm going to show you what I'm going for, man. Yeah, I'm gray maxing. I'm going to slowly get my office to look more and more like this. Boom. I got the gray rug. Mine has more to it. This one's very blank. I got the gray rug. I got my dark gray cabinet. I'm gonna paint some shelves, dog. Any art on the wall is gonna be fucking gray, or it's me, which is also partially gray. Every light fixture in here is just glass or black, you know? Gray cats. Yeah, I have one cat that is gray. So that's what I'm doing, man. Now they have a brown couch in there. Fuck that. I do have some wood on the floors that's like off. That's not gray, so there you go. But that's what I'm trying to do, man. That's what I'm trying to do. Because I always try to add color to this room, and then I'm like, it doesn't look right. And like, I like colors, but I have a lot of gray already in here, so I've decided I'm just gonna go crazy with it. I'm just gonna go crazy with it, man. Other rooms can be colorful. This one, we're going full gray. And it'll be nice. It'll be nice. It'll be fun. Sounds like a fun multi-year project. Yeah, I'm gonna do it really slowly too. I don't want to be one of those people that like sits there and tries to like get everything for a room all in one go. Because I feel like my tastes change over time really easily. So instead, I'll wait. I'll find a new thing that I think is nice somewhere just while happening upon it, and then add it to the room. Instead of going out and being like, I need a rug, I need a chair, I need a, you know, whatever. Because I have everything necessary. So that's what I'm going to do. But this room is getting there slowly. You can add a color with just the light. That's the thing about monochromatic rooms too. Yeah, if you have like smart bulbs and you want to just be like, oh, it's blue today, and you just click blue, there you go. Right? Going dark academia. I don't think I want to paint all the walls that dark, because I feel like whenever I see people do like, they're like, oh, dark academia for their rooms or whatever, I feel like you can see all of the texture of the wall a little too easily, and it looks a little gross sometimes. Straight up, it just looks a little gross. I do like dark walls, but I feel like it has to be matte paint, and it has to be done perfectly, and I don't know. So I'll be doing maybe one wall dark, or like just the shelves painted dark. And then leaving the base walls a little bit lighter. The struggle with monochromatic rooms is you gotta find the right curtains. It's true. I already have, like, I have the right curtains, I have the right rug. I have a couple of pieces in here that are right. So I'm just gonna keep on that. And then the only colorful area is like on my shelf where I have a bunch of stuff displayed behind some glass. There's a lot of colorful stuff in there. So it's really interesting because it's all like contained. I don't know. That feels good. Feels good. I like it. Jump scaring to guess with the Matara guest room in big bold pink. Yeah, I'd love for like another room to just be like all blues, and it's got like teals, like really obnoxious ones with like one yellow pillow in it. You know what I mean? But you're really obnoxious. I think that's my dream for this place is like every room you walk into is wildly different. So if you walk in here and you're like, wow, it's so gray, it's so moody, then you go into another room and you're like, your eyes are just assaulted with teal, you know? I want every room to be completely different. Be like a weird fun house. I think that's good. I think that's good. You said your walls are black and you can see any form of imperfection or dust on that shit. It's a nightmare. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like with the dark walls, I've seen a lot of people try and do that style. But I feel like whenever I see someone like walk around and show a video of it or whatever, it feels really weird looking at the walls. Something about it doesn't feel right. So I'm gonna avoid the dark walls, I think. I don't know. It just gets to be too much, man. Too much. I'm good. And gray I think is good when the walls are like a nice medium gray and then everything else is dark and light off of that. It also makes the room feel too small when you paint the walls so dark. So I'm gonna keep it medium. We're gonna go medium. And that should be okay. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Zero warmth with dark walls? No, I completely disagree. It depends on what you put in the room. But if you're gonna have like dark walls, then you need to not have like a leather couch. You need a fabric couch, right? With a blanket on it and a nice rug that's a higher pile and things like that, right? Like the color isn't really the problem. I think the warmth comes from the textures more than anything else. Because you could have a room that has like a really nice, lighter, warmer color on the walls and warmer floors, but then all of the objects in the room, you have a lot of like stone and marble stuff and glass, and you'll just not have that. So I think it's the texture more than anything. And that's what I realized about interior like a long time ago was all you have to do, you just need to have different textures in the room. So if you have a leather couch, have your accent chair not also be leather, right? Have it be like a fabric. And on that leather couch, put a blanket that is very like furry, fuzzy looking, right? And then have your rug be slightly higher pile, and boom, suddenly everyone's like, wow, the design in here is crazy. And you didn't do anything, you just had like two varying textures, that's all, you know? And actually the same thing goes with fashion. If you want to look more expensive, having different textures on your clothing helps a lot. So if you have like a shirt, a plain shirt, the fabric is very matte, there's no sheen to it. But then you have pants and you have a fabric that has like a slight sheen to it. Suddenly people will be like, wow, you look so put together. It's just different texture, that's all. You have a baggy, flowy shirt, but then pants that are not that, or vice versa. Everyone goes, wow, you look so put together. It's just like two textures. I don't know, it just, if you just follow the rule, people will think you're so much more put together than you are. because like your brain is just like, wow, that's so cool, but it's like nothing special. And I've realized that works in houses too. That works in interiors. You just vary it a little bit and you're chilling. Yeah, you said modern day furniture is so bad because we've cut the cost of everything to be minimalist. Yeah, that's the problem, is like a lot of places that you can go to shop for furniture, everything looks so basic and it's very minimalist. Like it's not really design heavy at all. So then when you're like, I want like a really interesting coffee table though, all of these look exactly the same, I want an interesting one. You go to fucking West Elm and they're like, oh, here's our beautiful coffee table that feels right when you look at it, it's $2,500. And then you're like, what the fuck am I doing with a $2,500 coffee table? Like nothing is affordable that looks interesting, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's all considered high end, and you know, even West Elm isn't the most high end. It's just like a bit more, and they overcharge for it. It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. You keep telling your husband that people might be happier if the buildings were actually artistic again instead of squares. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I think New York City is a great example of this. as a New Yorker, you know, you walk around and you see a lot of modern buildings that are just like square glass. Sometimes they have really interesting things about them design wise that are beautiful, but overall, standing back from these buildings, I'm like, that bitch is ugly. Okay, it's a big glass rectangle. And it just reflects sunlight on you, and you feel like you're getting cooked like an egg on the sidewalk, you know, like midday, like a crack an egg onto a hot car in the summer. You feel like that when you're walking past these glass buildings in the city sometimes, and like that one window is reflecting the sun directly at you. You're like, ah, they're just terrible. They're a nuisance, right? And then you turn, you look at the other side of the street, and there's this gorgeous building, super old. It has all this like filigree, gold filigree up on the top of the doors, and all the wood is beautifully carved. There's all this stone masonry, you know, where they have like carved gargoyles and shit. And it's beautiful. And they don't make things like that anymore. And then people are like, oh, why don't they? Because it doesn't get you anything. Back in the day, if you had a beautiful building, it was like a status thing. It got you something, right? People be more likely to go into your building and want to like rent space in it because it was beautiful and it was a status symbol. But now that isn't really the case. It's just like having some good interior design, being up at a high floor they care about. But the outside of the building being beautiful doesn't gain you that anymore. So that's why they don't do it, really, right? Instead, they'll just cut costs, keep everything like flat panes of glass, and there you go. There you go. And people start building for status. Yeah, but in different ways, right? It's like my taller building in my better location, having the better view from the inside, that kind of stuff. Marble floors. Ooh, marble. That kind of stuff. So, yeah. The ugly stuff made in the past got torn down. No. Yes and no. In New York City, a lot of the beautiful stuff was pretty normal at the time. There's a lot of stuff that got torn down that had, you know, basically they would build like a billion of the same building for a lot of smaller residential areas. So while some may have been torn down because they just didn't last that long, there are also a lot that stayed up.
Don't stop, pop that pussy, let me see you do the
Good
brand.
Hello.
afternoon, fair general.
Hello.
Hope you've been well.
Yeah.
I'm all too familiar with getting cooked from building reflections. Even in the semi. Also F the GW bridge taking an hour to get into Long Island. Almost fourth quarter of the year.
Yeah.
Still no golden corral.
Let's go.
For all men.
Dude, fuck the GW bridge. Thank you. I hate 95. I hate it. Fuck it. Go over the Tappan Zee. No, wait, they don't even call it that anymore. What do they call it now? What's the name of it now? Governor Mario M. Cuomo Bridge. The Cuomo Bridge. It's the fucking... It's the Tappan Zee, alright? Fuck that. Fuck that. I don't know, man. It's a weird Sandra name. I know. Anyway, fuck the GW bridge. I feel you. But I don't know. I mean, if you wanted to build a beautiful building nowadays, first of all, I think you're not going to find a lot of like people who are going to do custom masonry for you at any affordable price. Right? It's going to be a luxury. It's going to be super expensive. You're going to have to clean it. You're not going to get anything for having your building look that beautiful on the outside like that. You would just do it because you want to, and that's it. That's it. You wouldn't get anything for it, so you'd have to just do it for yourself, right? You know, Apple or Google money. Yeah, you would need crazy amounts to do that in a city. Absolutely. And you can, I mean, you can still, there are skilled workers out there who can make these things, but they are so expensive because there's fewer of them. It's insane. Yeah, Deanna, I agree. I'm just saying most people, that's why they don't do it, you know? I don't know. The interiors of some of those fancy architecture homes are unlivable hellscapes. Dude, do you remember, oh fuck, what was it? Kim Kardashian's old house. I don't know if she still lives there, think she does. I don't know. She has this interior of her house. She basically has a house that's like all smooth concrete. And it's scary. Okay, what I'll say is that shit is like so bland, so blasé, so disgusting. And the pictures before they did the renovations were beautiful because it had all of these like wood accents. And they just went and smoothed out. They just smoothed out the whole fucking thing. Let me see if I can find it. Now, I understand the appeal of some bits of this. Look, you want to see one of her hallways? You want to see her hallway? This place is fucking... Okay, here you go. There's her hallway. Okay. You want to see her living room? Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm like this multi-millionaire, my hallway is not going to look like the back rooms. This is her living room. Now, I understand sometimes we want things to all be like one color. We like the lightness, whatever. It just looks like light concrete. What is this? It feels like an asylum. It's just too much. It's too much. And the thing is, the whole house is like this. I think if it were just that room, I'd be like, that's pretty cool. I get the concept. But the whole house is like that. And it freaks me the fuck out. I'll show the bedroom. I actually think the bedroom looks really nice, but it's so empty. And I can't help but think this has to be somewhat staged. This has to be like before they actually even moved in, right? Like none of their stuff is here, I would assume. This was the bedroom. Like, dude, what? Why have all this floor space? Like, people are out there dying and living in shacks. It makes me so mad. That's first of all, right? Second of all, this does look kind of cool. What's up with the table with no chairs? What's that pedestal table on the right doing in front of the windows where maybe you would want to sit there and look outside because the outdoors are beautiful or whatever. You have all these windows, but there are no chairs? Your nightstand has no storage. Where do you put your shit? I assume you have an entire dressing room. What's the floor for?
Taking a shit in that house probably echoes for miles.
You hear that shit down the hall, ringing throughout the concrete rafters. Yeah, she lives in Arrakis. She predicted what the Dune movie was gonna look like, dude. And then in the back over there, you go up these steps, there's a couch and chairs and a little coffee table. But there are all these beautiful windows here in the front, and you can't sit there and look out of them. Brother, I saw like a house tour once a while back of her walking through this place and being like, it just feels so us. And I was like, you're empty and devoid of everything. Even, you know what killed me? Even her pool was boring. I'm sorry. If I have that kind of money, my pool is gonna look like fucking Disneyland, okay? I'm getting a pool that looks like Disneyland. I'm getting the most amazing grill setup, and I'm sitting out there grilling burgers at 6 a.m. and handing them to the neighbors. I'm not, they have a boring pool. How can you have that much money? Look at how boring this pool is. Look at this. We don't even have cool landscaping. We got some hedges and a fucking rectangle, dude.
If your pool doesn't have a light-up volcano water slide, you're failing in life.
Right? But I'm looking at this and I'm like, dude, come on. You love rectangles? Thing is, like, if this is at in a normal person's house of a normal price, I'm like, that's, hey, nice pool, man. Nice pool. But you've got millions upon millions of dollars. At least put like a mosaic in the bottom. I don't know, fucking, maybe you don't want to do that. Okay, anything fun because you have children. She has children. She has children. What's fun about this pool, man? Get them a water slide. Your kids want a water slide right now, dude. I don't know, man. They have so much money and they bought a concrete... No, thing is, the house that they bought, I saw like before and after pictures. It was so much nicer before they bought it. Okay, it had like all those blank open ceiling areas actually had these warm colored wooden beams in there, like triangular beam setups and everything. It looked beautiful. It looked beautiful. So the before, I'd have to go look for it. You can go Google it, man. It was gorgeous. And then they got this rectangle ass pool. Man. And the thing is, like, I would kill to have that pool. I would kill to have that pool. But if I had millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, you know I'm doing more than that. They could have that pool and add shit to it. But I'm just like, man, a lot of these rooms aren't so bad on their own, but then when you put it all together in the same house, it just feels so empty. I don't know. I don't know. Are you an indoor minimalist but an outdoor maximalist? No. Nope. I'm still pretty minimal. I just think having a pool that is just a rectangle when you have a bunch of kids and you have millions of dollars to just sneeze out at your pool, I just don't understand it. I don't know. Not even an island bar. Yeah, not even like a little swim up bar or like a separate little hot tub attached or I don't know, anything. Anything? I don't know, man. You do that lazy river thing? Dude. You know, I watched for a little bit. I get overwhelmed by these streams, so I don't watch them a lot. I was watching Kai Sinat was doing a stream a while back where he like rented out I think he rented out this giant mansion somewhere and invited like 1 billion people. He had like the biggest pool party and house party ever, right? And I was looking at this and I was like, I wanted to watch it to see what the pool was like. They had this whole lazy river. They had like, this shit looked like a water park, you know? And I was looking at this and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, if you have like billions, that's what you get, right? That's what you get. That shit was so fucking cool. And I was like clicking around in the VOD just to see the pool. It's like, hey, that's pretty nice. I don't know. That shit was good, man. That shit was good. I find it funny there's an industry for renting mansions. Yeah, for parties. What a good stream idea too, man. If you have, you know, a lot of friends that'll show up. Be like, guys, we're taking a weekend. We're Airbnb-ing like this big, it's not even Airbnb, it's like a private rental at that point, right? We're gonna privately rent this mansion and have a party. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Dangerous for 2S. Well, that's why you have a lot of staff there, you know. Thing is, these are people with like a lot of money, so they can do that. They can hire those people and staff. And it's crazy too. Genius. The whole thing he has to do, the whole stream, walk around and say hi to everybody. And you could tell when he like really fucks with somebody and when he really doesn't. But that's okay. He just goes around and says hi to everybody. And then if you see someone and you're like, oh, how'd you get here? He could just be like, hey, I got so many people to say hi to. Great seeing you, man. And you can keep going. And I was looking at this and I was like, he's got the formula figured out. He just goes around and says hi to everyone. That's the whole stream. Hangs out in a pool. I was like, all right. That's pretty good, man. I don't know. Your brother did that for his wife's baby shower. I've seen quite a few people that do that sort of thing. Those rentals, if they're not the biggest mega mansions, don't have to be that expensive. But like the ones that I'm thinking of are like, it's a crazy amount of money. crazy amount. I don't know. See some lame as fuck pools. A pool that goes indoor to the outdoor and has a garage door that separates the water. Ew. You know what I always wanted? In my elderly years, I think if I had crazy money, I would specifically get myself not a fun pool, but one of those wave pools where you can sit there and constantly swim against the current for exercise. That's what I would get myself. Okay? Low impact, high intensity training, good for you, can use into older age. Dude, that's what I would get. Yeah, infinity pool, is that the word for it? One of those where you can just constantly swim against the current slowly or fast, whatever, you know, whatever you want to set it to. That's what I'd get myself. Because I feel like it'd be so good for health. Now, I mean, exercise like 90% of why you want a pool. Be nice for your neuropathy problems. Yeah, it's much more accessible for exercise than a lot of other things. So, yeah, I would love that. Kayak in your pool stream? I could do rowing! You're right. You're right. If you had mega FU money, you'd buy a defunct theme park. I feel like I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to maintain it. I wouldn't want to maintain it, but I would consider getting a huge property and like hiring in one of those companies that runs fairs, runs the machines for state fairs and stuff, and have them come out and do a carnival in my backyard for like a weekend. That's what I would do. That's what I'd consider. Hire them and some food trucks and you're set. That shit would be cash money. Cash money. Pool maintenance is hell. Yeah, I know. I'll be honest, maintaining a home is hell. That's why I never wanted a place with like a backyard or anything. I don't want to. If I had big money to have other people maintain shit, I'd do it. But outside of that, I'm chill not having those things. I'm good. I'm good. I'm alright. Ooh, if you had crazy money, you'd buy a farm and let animals live on it, not earn anything back. Yeah, I'd go full Steve Irwin. I'd buy land for conservation. That's what I would do. And then nobody could set foot on it. It would be illegal. Signs posted up on the outside everywhere. Do not go here. You will die. That's what I would do. Get a boy land. I would. Love to own an island. I think they're kind of... I don't care to own an island. I would rather... I want to own a mountain. Doesn't have to be the biggest one ever. A singular mountain. I'd rather own a mountain than an island, which technically is the same thing, just one's underwater mostly. But I want a mountain, and then I put a building up at the top, and I put nothing on the rest of it because I want wildlife to live there. Wildlife. For conservation.
Do your if I won the lottery and made my own house, I'd make a house out of Lego and leave random pieces all over the house, and guests could not wear shoes inside. Faction redeems chat.
Yeah, floor is lava, but you actually put lava in your home. Yeah. Do the Blueprints castle. Oh, like a fancy estate up on the top of a mountain. Guys, I'm gonna be completely honest. If I have fuck you money, I'm buying like a brownstone in the middle of the city. I know myself. I can fantasize about this shit all I want. I got fuck you money. I'm buying like a 5 apartment walk up and shoving my family in there. That's what I'm doing. Oh, what? A brownstone? You know. Here. NYC brownstone. It's a New York thing. Hold on. I'm getting the picture There are a lot of different ones. This. They call it a brownstone building. It's got that stoop, those stairs going up to it, and then everything vertically above there. They're pretty good size for houses, actually. They have a bunch of them in Brooklyn, closer toward Manhattan, and then in Manhattan. This kind of house is illegal in most of the country. Yep. It's true. It's true. No, if I had fuck you money, I'm buying a larger brownstone. That's what I'm doing. So, as much as I could sit there and like fantasize about like having land out somewhere, I know myself. I know myself. You know? That's what they're called? Yeah. The classic brownstone was just like a much better row house. They're very tall. If you own the whole thing, the whole original house, it's a pretty big house. It's a nice size. A lot of them have been converted. They've been converted so that each floor is like its own apartment, or sometimes there are multiple floors per apartment and it's just separated into smaller ones. And the staircase was turned into hallways when it used to not be hallways, it used to be an open staircase. So there are a bunch of buildings that are old brownstones that are that. But I would buy one that is all one still, and I would just, you know. There you go. There you go. But I would love it. I would love it. That's what I would get if I was ultra mega rich. I'd get myself a nice brownstone. One of the ones that, actually a good number of them have a tiny backyard. I would get one with one of those. And I'd live in it until I died. Easy. Yeah, exactly as Blazing said. You're like, why are they illegal? Blazing said, zoning laws prevent medium density mixed residential in most places. Which is stupid because it's, in my opinion, like the best way to live. Medium density, okay? So it's not super high density, so you're tripping over people. But it's dense enough that you have enough people living in an area that small businesses, mom and pop shops can be sustained in the area. Okay? And you don't need cars. Public transport is very accessible because you have enough people that there's enough public transport. But again, it's not so dense that you like can't get anywhere without tripping over people, okay? A lot of the city, the non-ultra crowded parts of the city are like that. Yeah, premium bodega land, exactly. It's the best. It's wonderful. And I think that is how a lot of cities should be built. It should be built up in medium density like that. But again, whenever you have medium density, they don't let it be mixed use. And then you get these like dead zones where it's medium density housing, but you have to drive in and out of it because there's no public transport in and out. And then there's no like food or amenities or anything. So it just doesn't work out. And then people would rather just buy a house in the suburbs than that when there's like no reason to be in that density. You know, like if being that density doesn't give you the ability to walk to get food and walk to everything you need, then why live in it? Just go get a house with a yard, right? It makes sense. So, yeah. That's why a lot of cities that are built that way are uniquely that way, and new areas like that don't pop up. There's just zoning laws don't let you do that. So 1 month studying abroad in a dorm that was right next to a small grocery store radicalized me. It's so hard to explain how different the lifestyle is when like zoning's different until someone actually lives in that for a while and they get to experience what it's like to just to live somewhere in relative comfort, not even the most dense area ever, and to just walk outside and walk to get whatever food, and the food is affordable. Okay? And the public transport around you is affordable. Once you experience that, you're like, holy fuck. This is the world. This is the future. But, I don't know. I don't know, man. Everything's too damn far in the suburbs, no community either. That's the other thing, like the amount of stuff you can do. So I'll talk all the time about all these little things I used to do. I used to do this, I used to do that, I used to have this hobby, whatever. And people would be like, oh my God, how'd you do all that stuff? And I'd be like, I lived in an area with enough density that the community did shit. there was a lot of community and I met a lot of people. And so we'd be like, oh, you want to go play this? You want to go do that? Let's go do it. And there were a lot of places that ran these things for free if you lived in the area, etc. Right? Like when you live in a city, this is the kind of shit that just comes up because you have community that's really strong. And I would try to explain this and people would be like, what do you mean? Yeah, there's nothing to do in the suburbs. It's true. It's true. If you were raised in the suburbs, there's like nothing for you. It's only the stuff that your school decides to offer to you. And then if you go to pay for classes, and it's always like dance classes or karate classes, you know, or like it's like one of the same 10 things. And I feel like it sucks because there's so little opportunity to do new interesting stuff. But, you know, but now cities are so expensive right now, so it just sucks, man. And it now used to be affordable, but nowadays not so much. Depends on where you are. Depends on where you are heavily. I don't know. Yeah, and he's designed around cars. It's true. Everything's designed for you to have a car and be able to drive to everything else. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yeah, next that tried to sell you the suburbs and his ass deadass told you, we can walk over to the Wendy's and get a Frosty and we can ride our bikes 20 minutes to see our friends. I know, dude, it's crazy. I mean, that's the thing is like in one spot I used to live, I would be able to walk outside, go eat at like 20 different restaurants that all, when you did counter service, you didn't eat in there, were not that expensive. Okay. So easy. And then if I wanted to go eat something else or want to go somewhere else, I could walk a couple of blocks, not far at all, couple of minutes walk, boom, I'm at a train station. Now I can get literally anywhere, hours away. Any of that, wide stretching, anywhere from this train station, right? And it was not very expensive, the fare, not expensive at all. And then on top of that, there was shit happening because there was such a high population, and it wasn't crazy high, but it's high enough. Every little mom and pop shop had interesting stuff going on. So all the nearby bars all had like trivia nights and, oh, we're going to watch these games these days or whatever. So I could go everywhere and do something. Every night there were like multiple things going on that I could go check out that were very community oriented. So you could go and hang out with people and get to know some of them and start to see them more regularly, whatever. And it was just nice. It was just really nice. And there was always something. If you ever had a day where you're just sitting at home and you're like, man, I just want to like do something, it's getting a little monotonous, you could just walk outside and find something. And again, a lot of the time it would be cheap. You walk into a bar and they're having trivia night and you just sit down and be like, yo, let me get one drink, doesn't even have to be expensive. Let me get one thing of fries and do some trivia. And they'd be like, fuck it, let's go. If they knew you, you could just do it for free. You know, if they had space. I don't know, man. I feel like you don't really like get that stuff in suburbs. You really don't. You just don't. He said, luckily apartments in the city aren't more expensive than a mortgage 10 years ago, at least. Oh, man. I know so many people now that, they've like given up on getting a house because of how much it currently costs. And they're like, fuck it, I'm just going to live in a city in an apartment. So I can at least have the nice day to day. Oh, well. Oh, well. A day pass in Chicago is $5. It's a fucking steal. That's it? Dang, okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't know. I just like being in the city, man. I just like it. Condo. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of buyable housing. That's still like apartment setup in the city, but sometimes it's legally condo, sometimes it's called something else. Sometimes it's still called an apartment and you buy it, whatever. Either way, there are a lot of things you can buy in the city that still keep you as part of a building, so you could still be in that kind of density. You don't have to take care of an outdoor space. You don't have to take care of anything. Stuff in your building is taken care of. You pay like one little HOA fee and they cover everything. And in certain areas, it's actually just as affordable as a house. You know, just choose where you want to live. Other areas that are more expensive in the city, though, are so crazy expensive that like the HOA fees are more than the than the mortgage, and it's really scary. It's weird. It's weird. Did you ever feel your soul leaving your body anytime you had to live out in the suburbs? Oh yeah, I mean, I've lived in pretty much like every type of place, every type of living arrangement, at least for a year. At least. I don't like it. I don't hate it. But when I compare it, I'm just like, I don't know why I would pick this. I really don't know why. I don't know. And I think it's just, I don't know. There was like one job that I had for a while where I did go and live in a suburb for a couple years. And I was getting like slowly more and more depressed and didn't realize it. And I was just like, I don't want to do anything. And I felt like it was because there was nothing to do, but it was also just like, I just hated that place. I didn't realize how much. And then when I moved back to a city after, I was like so much happier almost instantly, just having a lot of stuff accessible to me. And I was like, oh, you know, like it doesn't hit you when you're in it so much. And just fucking soaked. It just soaked. It stunk. I don't know. You think suburban's bad? Wait until rural living enters the chat, driving 30 minutes for literally everything. Yeah, but at the same time, I find with rural living, this really depends on where you are. But a lot of those towns have a little stronger of like a community center somewhere, things like that, where you know, because things are just less accessible and a little harder out there, everyone's roughing it a little more, and I find people come together a little more, you know. Yeah, the town center is actually alive. Exactly, because people kind of converge onto one point for their communities. You see those same people a little more often, but the thing is, you have to like those people. so if you like them, it's good. If you don't, you're fucked. You know, so it's hit or miss. It's very hit or miss. You said fuck those people. Yeah, it depends. It can be rough, man. But yeah, I agree. You said suburban living compared to rural has most of the disadvantages, but none of the advantages. Yeah, I think the only advantage to like medium density suburbs over rural is a little more store availability, driving a little less time to get to everything, and then more infrastructure. Maybe you might have a town pool, whereas in a rural area you might not have that, right? Maybe individuals have pools, but you don't have like the town one like some suburbs do. Just little things like that. But I don't feel like that's that big of a deal, you know? It's not that much. Rural lets you have animals and do dumb shit on your own property. I think if you're more outdoorsy and you have land, right, that can be really good, but depends. It just depends on the person. Housing super cheap in Texas. Not only that, you get southern hospitality aspect for the most part. I don't care for southern hospitality, and I'm saying this because I'm a northeasterner. I think it wastes my time. That's just me. I don't want to walk up to a counter and have all these extra minced words that I don't care about being said. And it doesn't make me feel that much better when someone's like, "How are you doing, darling? I hope you have a lovely day." I'm like, okay. I don't think it's like a negative thing. I just don't care about it. So it doesn't make me want to go there, right? But in the Northeast, people are so aware of everyone else's time and not wasting everyone's time. So it's very quick. You walk in, they go, next. And you look at them over the counter, you go, yeah, let me get a this, and that on a bagel. And they're like, all right. Boom. They hand it to you, 350. Here you go. Okay. Boom. Done. That's like all that's said. I don't see that as rude. I just see that as like the time is really respected, you know? And then I have time to go socialize with people that I actually am like trying to go socialize with, you know? So that's just me. That's just me. Yeah, I like the efficiency. I personally do. That's just me. You said, I've lived in Berlin and in a small village. It's just funny to go back to a city and realize I'd probably get arrested if I carried a scythe here, which I just do at home. Yeah. It can be very different. Very, very different. As a European, I never understood the concept of suburbs. It's like they looked at how villages here look like and then missed the point of them entirely. It's just car-centric, that's all. I kind of get it. I just think it's executed poorly. I mean, suburbs were built the way they were mostly because that was what got the builders the most money. Or whoever was developing the land and selling it, that's what got them the most money. And housing was needed. So some people kind of came up with ideas of let's just make a bunch of houses of the same couple of floor plans, sell them as packages, develop all these lands and these streets. People have cars nowadays, so they can just drive to the nearest thing. Right? And it was just the idea of people that want to be a little further from the city so they can have their own house, can have this. And then it just went from there. It just evolved from there into the whatever shit it is now, right? It's just how it is. Okay, but why do you keep mostly building everything to still be car-centric? Because people are used to it. And people have them. That's all. A lot of people own cars because they currently live in that, right? Like everyone switched to suburban living at some point. So now that means they all have a house and a car. So if the sell is, oh, get a condo in a city area and get rid of your car, a lot of people are going to be like, I'm not getting rid of my car. I already have one. You know what I mean? Like they're just going to be like, no, right? Or they're just used to it and they start to live in a bit more density and they're like, oh no, I suddenly have to learn how to live around other people. And they go, no, I don't want to. Right? Ignoring the other positives that part will bother them and they just go, no. Right? It's just tough. Also, like, that's what already exists, right? So it's not like they're building a fuck ton more suburbs. They're still building more. There are more housing developments always going up. But there are a lot of existing suburbs. So if you're in the US and you're like, I am old enough and economically stable enough to buy a home, to buy something to live in, you start looking. What's out there? 500 to 700,000 for a house in a suburb, not too far from a city, but far enough. Okay. Or that same amount in a city that buys you a shoebox and it's shitty and old. You know, people are just going to look at the space to dollar value and look at that over the lifestyle, over the, oh, what businesses are walkable from here, blah, blah, blah. They're just going to be like, okay, but I could get, 2,500 square feet, 3,000 square feet for this price. Whereas if I went into the city, I'd get like a 1,200 maximum for this price. And I won't have a yard. I won't have all these things. So they would just go for the suburban home, So it's no wonder people still want to just go for the suburban home, because when they're putting their own dollars up for it and they're looking at the space value that they get, they're calculating in their head, like, the most important factor here is dollar per square foot. And, they're just going to pick that. They're going to pick that. It's also more available. There's just more supply. Shit that was built in the 2000s that is overpriced. Yeah, or there's also, I think the problem right now is that there are so many houses for sale in all these different suburbs outside of cities that were built during the boomer era. So late 50s through early 70s, right? Mostly 60s era houses. So much of the suburban sprawl in America was built around that time. And those houses are old. And a lot of those people are now of the age where they are retiring, moving out of there, where it's like the second owner of the home. And they're also, you know, same thing, retiring, moving out of there. They're getting old. And then young people are like, oh, I want to buy a house. And like the only thing within their range, their affordability range, you know, is just like this old ass house that needs a whole bunch of changing. And you know, half of them, like, they're like, I want an open concept floor plan, but they don't have that shit at that time, you know. It's just like, I don't know. The way things are right now is kind of poop. So then people see that and they'll be like, no, I want to live somewhere with a new house, which is further away.
An example
and it gets
of how
worse first.
zoning laws are. Many cities base parking requirements on square footage of the building, which comes from a table that was based on a study. Problem is, that study had sample sizes of 1 for many its recommendations, leading to oversized parking lots that only compound the need for cars to get between stores.
Yep.
Where
I keep getting pissed at places building like these huge lots instead of just sticking a parking deck on the side of a big building. Like, just do it. I understand it's more expensive to make, but think of how many businesses you can cram into an area, and not even cram in good amounts of space. If you just took half that parking lot and got rid of it, put a second level of the parking lot, you know, in one spot, and just had more buildings. You just have more. You make more of a town center. It's just better utilization of the space, man. I don't know. Your previous workplace was a condo built in 1950, and the internals of the building were held together by hopes and dreams. Yeah, I don't know. So much of the housing market is just old homes. And American homes were built so that they could be redone. Right? Like they're wood construction. And you have sheetrock walls. It's not really that hard to demo the walls, right? Like, pull the sheetrock off, change stuff on the internals, like redo the insulation, whatever, and not have to completely get rid of all the framing. You can even tear something out to its bones and add beams in so that they hold up a little better, whatever, without completely tearing everything down. It can be done, but it's still a bit expensive. And no one wants to buy a home and have to redo all of that. So instead, what people are doing is they're relying on these companies to like do a shitty job at flipping houses, and then they're buying those. So, and they do a bad job half the time. I don't know. The housing market is weird right now. It's just weird. Shocking that as a European, I hear nothing about parking garages, just parking lots. Okay, there was a place that I was at a while back. And I remember seeing this and realizing something. So in this area, there were a couple of parking garages that were close to a big building that everyone was going to. And then aside from that, like a block or two away further, there was a big open parking lot. More people, for some reason, wanted to go park in the parking lot and not in the parking garage. Even though it was free, there was no cost difference or anything like that. It was free. Because I think people see a parking garage and think it's going to be a difficult experience. People that are used to being in the suburbs, that are used to parking out in a parking lot, that are used to parking in front of a home, they're not used to parking in parking garages and decks, right? So most of those people were going and parking in the parking lot further away and walking over, even though there's signs everywhere saying parking in that parking deck is free, right? And I think they just were resistant to it for whatever reason. And I noticed that, and I was like, huh. I don't know. I think maybe, yeah, like a little intimidation of having to do something they're a little not used to. Slight change versus no change. Because of the big cars. It wasn't even that cramped. I don't know, man. It's interesting. It's weird. Could it be a safety thing? Women feeling unsafe? I feel safer in a parking deck that has like cameras about than I do in an open lot that is dark and doesn't have good lighting and has like no cameras around. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I think the parking deck was a lot safer. So I just didn't understand it. I remember looking at it being like, that's so interesting to watch all these people go and park in the lot and walk further and then complain, oh, it's so far. And I'm like, like pointing at the free parking sign at the parking deck that's right across the street, you know? I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? It was weird. You saw city planners talking about this. Doesn't make sense, but there's a reason. Yeah, I think someone said it before. I think like being able to see your destination from where you park, there's some sort of psychological effect. I don't know why. I don't know why, but there is. I don't know, man. I just think things would be a lot better if suburban areas started, instead of building up so many different areas where it's like huge sprawling parking lot with a strip mall at the end of it. Realistically, they should just do parking decks and consolidate that.
GEEGA, you survived 2008, so I am seeking out your advice to all the Gen Z suffering in 2025. What should we do when it feels impossible to find a job?
Give up and cry.
100.
Just give up and cry. No, look for things that actually are in demand. I think a lot of industries. So here's the problem. A lot of people that are sitting there and advising you through the school system, like guidance counselors or teachers, whatever, and they're saying like, oh, you should do this, you'll make good money. They don't actually know what they're talking about. A lot of them. They are paid to sit there and tell kids, like, try to guide them into a good career, but they don't know what they're talking about. You need to sit there and do your own research. Sit there on Google. Spend hours reading about this. Spend hours looking up what jobs are needed, what's available, what the average pay in what types of areas, are, etc. And use that to help decide your future. Do not rely on just what some adults around you tell you. You need to put all of this together. Okay? And things are always changing, so you need to pick stuff that you can easily pivot out of, or you can change around a little bit, right? You need to sit there and research the industry you want to go into before you go into it. College will not prep you for that. College does not prep you for the job market. It just teaches you some shit about some base knowledge you're gonna need relating to some jobs, maybe, if that, right? They're just giving you a piece of paper that says you've studied certain things. It doesn't in any way prepare you for life. And especially, again, the job market, understanding industries and what's available, what's out there, it does nothing for that. If you have a bit of that knowledge just from sitting there and trying to research, reading what people who are currently in those industries say online, you will be so much better prepared for it. And when things go wrong, you can pivot a little more easily because you just have any idea of what's going on around you, And yeah, networking and connections are the most important. Do not let anyone sit there and be like, oh, nepotism, terrible, don't ask for help.
Employment and become a Greek philosopher. If you stand around downtown in a toga preaching Neoplatonism, people will just think you're crazy and give you money.
Get an urn. Get a large urn, tip it on its side, sit in it, sleep in it, and preach from the urn. Okay? Urn. He has spoken. You will make money. Become your local Diogenes. Exactly. It's that simple. No, I think, realistically, think about what kind of stuff you want to do. Try to find people that do that sort of thing and ask them, what's it like right now? What do we need? I know some industries that need a lot of people in them right now that are very, very, very in need are people who work with special education kids, people who do therapy services like speech and occupational therapy, physical therapy, etc. They need people so badly. A lot of people don't go for these jobs because for some of them you need a doctorate, not all of them. For some of them you do. But a lot of people don't go into these things, but the state, the federal government, etc. in the US will often pay a lot for people to render these services to kids through like schools and stuff. They'll pay so much, depending on the area, and guaranteed job, and you get a pension if you're working through the government for it, etc. It's great. but they don't, no one's telling anyone. No one's going on the internet and being like, guys, you know what's really in need is this thing. It's just like not a thing I ever come across. I just don't see anyone mentioning it. But I know for a fact there's a huge need for this. And it's not a glamorous job. It's difficult. But they need it. And it pays better than like a normal teaching job. A standard teacher gets paid nothing. And I'm not talking about special ed like being a classroom aide. I'm talking about like therapy sessions with these kids, separate services. It's something that's really, really needed. There aren't people for it. People are not studying it. There you go, right? There are things like this out there that you can learn about if you just talk to some people around you. What's your job? What do you do? What's needed? What's saturated? Right? It's not that we don't train people for it anymore. It's not that's not the issue. It's that people don't understand you need a certain level of education in certain things. You need specific degrees for it. And people don't get those degrees unless they already know they want to go into that. So there aren't people floating around with those degrees that could just randomly try to pivot their careers to it. You have to like really specifically go in for these things. And a lot of people don't want to go back to school, so they want the job, but they're like, I don't have the money to go for a second round to get this degree. You know, it's really people that started off thinking, oh, I'm going to do this, that are able to get those jobs because they have those degrees. And it's tough. It's tough because you can't send people back to school. They're usually resistant. They don't want to pay for it. So, yep. Those areas may be in need. Are they actually recruiting or paying well? As far as I know, yes. I know people that do this stuff, and yes, they are. It depends on your area, though. It really, really does. But look this up. Look up what these people make in your area or in areas you want to work. And see what's going on with that. So for someone in that field, it can be super badly managed. A lot of people end up super stressed. That's true. That is true, yeah. Suck it up and do it and you'll get paid well. That's honestly what I'm going to say here. Because I know it's difficult. There are a lot of jobs that are difficult. Absolutely. 100%. But if you are able to render these services to these kids, you're going to be valuable. And again, I'm not talking about being a teaching aide. I'm not talking about being that. I'm talking about the more intensive ones like occupational and speech therapy for kids that get like, you know, they get IEPs and then they need to go through this sort of thing. It's just gonna be something stable. If that's what you're looking for, it's gonna be something stable and needed. So I would say it's not something too bad to look into. It is. And yeah, going into trades as well. Maddie, you said, if you don't want debt, go into the trades. They're hurting for people. We'll pay you to go to trade school. I'm 31 and the youngest guy in my shop. It's scary. Yeah, I've complained about this before, that people look at the trades and trade school in general as lesser. And a lot of guidance counselors don't tell kids, like, oh, go into trades. They're like, go to college. You need it. Because it makes their own school stats look good. Because they can say, oh, 90% of our graduating class went to college, right? So they want that so they can get more grants from the state or from federal to be able to pay for things for the school. It sucks. Realistically, if they care about their students, they should be like, hey, you could go be a plumber, make a lot of money, have work, etc. And it would be great. But they don't. They just don't. Speech pathology is a great career. Yeah, it's super needed too. Highly needed. There are a lot of kids that need speech therapy. But there's nothing inherently wrong with this kid at all. They just didn't learn how to speak properly, right? They just need services when they're young to make sure that they're set up for success later. And school districts get a budget. The state gets a budget to pay for these things. So the money's there, it exists, and then there's just not enough people to render those services for kids a lot of the time. Your body will not last as long in the trades, though. Yes and no. Everyone keeps commenting on this, like, okay, so let's just be cynical for a second here. What are your options? Go into a trade. Yeah, it's a little rough on your body. But you have a job where you get to work with your hands, you get to go places, and it depends on the trade. You say the trades like they're all the same. There are many things within this that are wildly different. Okay, that's number one. Number two, okay, so go get a desk job that everyone else wants, that's cushy, blah, blah, blah. Don't get paid well because there's a billion of you all trying to get the same thing, and don't make much money. Okay, right? Like you have to weigh these things against each other. Like, yes, there's going to be some physically intensive work with certain trades, yes. But you're trading that off for other stuff. Yeah, you're going to you want to get tech neck and have no hamstring flexibility forever. Right? Like there's a lot of stuff that you're trading off for this. And then even just not just talking about physical, some people mentally do better. Yeah, it's hard on your body, but there are a lot of people that mentally do way better having a trade job, going out and doing this work, working with their hands, than sitting at a desk and just doing paperwork and things like that, admin jobs, etc. There's a lot to factor in here, and it's just there are always trade-offs here.
Your body will
Always.
generally be more fine if you work out and stay in shape no matter the job. A
Yeah.
stationary job and no maintenance ain't much better.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But, you know, yeah, oh, my body, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's true. But some people need that. Okay. Some people really need that. But yeah, sedentary lifestyles can be bad. It's true. I said, seeing that trades will start. Okay, hold on. We're generalizing too much. He said, trades will start you out at the same apprentice level. Even if you go to trade school before, you'll have to do the state's course anyway. So get on with the company first. Yeah, that's true. It depends. It highly depends. And the thing is, a lot of the trades, if you're in or near a city, or you're willing to go toward one, there are a lot of really, really, really good unions, really, really good unions, that if you can get into them, especially if you know one guy, you can get in pretty easily. But if you can get into them and get some union work, you are set. You are set. Set forever. You know? Can you always get into a union? No. Are there unions in every area? No. But it is one of those things that you can try for. Absolutely. I know quite a few people that have gotten into them. Maybe not in the first couple of years, yeah. But eventually they got in. So it's just something to consider. There is potential opportunity. Said most trades too, you work insane hours where you have no time at all, and the time you do, you don't want to do anything. Trust me, the money's more for your kids than yourself because you won't enjoy life because you won't have time. You say this like this doesn't affect so many people that aren't in trades as well, though. Like, I'm gonna be so real with you. So many of my friends, this is the millennial nightmare. So many of my friends have that experience and they're not in trades either. Okay? They work all day, 9 to 5. They have a long ass commute before and after work. They are also exhausted because mental strain is also a thing. They're stressed, right? They get home, they have dinner, and then they can't get themselves to do anything else because they are stressed. It's not unique to trades, you know? It's just all of this shit's tough. All of this shit is tough. And realistically, this is my opinion. You should do not what you love or what causes you the fewest issues or whatever. You should do what puts you in an economic situation to take care of the issues that arise, because every job is going to give you issues, okay? So you should do what makes you enough money to balance that out. It doesn't mean you have to go for the thing that makes you the most money. Sometimes making more money isn't always worth the level of negative you get from that job, but you just need to pick the thing where there's a balance there. And sometimes picking the job that strains you a bit more but makes you more money is better because you'll have the resources to handle everything, you know? Especially like, let's say you have kids. And you need to pay for childcare. Yeah, you should take the job. Maybe it's more strenuous, but it pays for the childcare, right? Yay! You're gonna be a lot happier. You take something that's maybe a little less hard on you day to day. You work a little less, but now you have to take care of your children and you can't afford childcare. Your life overall is going to be a lot worse a lot of the time, right? Etc., etc. There's just a lot to balance. So, you know. So I'm not talking like 8-hour shifts and trades. You can work like multiple 12-hour shifts. Sometimes for weeks on end. I didn't work in a trade. I worked in something else and I was working all fucking day. Okay? And I was on call every second. And I would be having meetings and doing work for hours, late at night when the entire world around me was asleep, okay? And then I'd go to sleep for 3-4 hours, and then I'd wake up because I had more meetings and work to do at this other time, etc., etc. This is not unique to trades. Not at all. Fight. So there's tech startups making their employees sleep under their desks so they can work more. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, sometimes that work is 24/7. Sometimes this is just the expectation of you in the role that you're in. It's just how it is. So, you know, there's a reason why when I was more into all of my health scare and I was having to not work, I was thinking about like, okay, when I get out of all this, I should just go back to my job, ? You know, like, should I do this? And I was like, you know what? I'd rather stream and rather have no guarantee that this is going to work out. No guarantee of like salary and like cozy, you know, getting time off and having PTO and stuff like that. I'd rather not have that and not have to like do the type of work that I did before in the hours I was doing, the strain level. It was just, and there were parts of my work that I absolutely loved. But I would get pinged all day, every day, out and about. Do this, do that. I need this within 10 minutes or this whole thing blows up. I need this, I need that. I'm good. I'm good. You know, I'm all right. Yeah, he said being on call is the worst. Jobs use it as we can make you work 24/7. Uh-huh. Yep. There's some clients that would be like, hey, I need this thing done right now, and if it's not done quickly, we'll stop using your services. So if you want to keep working and keep eating, you have to do that thing at 3 a.m. You know, this is just what it is. It fucking sucks. It sucks. And sometimes you have to do that all the time. It's not just one of them. They're all like that. Shit ain't sweet, you know? Shit ain't sweet. And that's just how it is, man. That's just how it is. It's frustrating, you know? Said you've been living off your savings the past year and a half out of fear of going into another job that you hate. Can't cope with the mental strain of it anymore. It's rough. Yeah. I mean, at some point you've got to be smart and do what's right for you mechanically, you know, rather, even if you don't want to. Just make sure you don't end up in a bad situation. But it's rough. I feel like we've all had horror stories. Anyone who's like been in the working world for a while has gone through it. Absolutely. Thanks for the quick turnaround. We won't look at this for 4 days. Man, I would have people threaten to be like, if this thing isn't done within this amount of time, like, we're gonna have to look for someone else. And I would do it, but then they wouldn't get back to me for a day. And I'd be like, okay, so I put it on your desk at this time. Like you asked. Like you threatened about. And then you're not, it doesn't matter. Right? I experienced that so many times, man. It was crazy. Crazy. But, you know, but. Has she ever spoken about what cancer that she survived? Hey, I'm right here. You can speak to me. Yeah, I did. I have a whole YouTube video. I had ovarian cancer. Yup. My ball fell off. No, it was taken out. I almost died. Yup. Said you'd rather be with a company with decent PTO than a well-paying job. There's a million ways to make a dollar, but no way to get a minute of your life back. Yeah, it depends on the person. It's personal preference. There are some people that would rather go for the money because they'd rather work themselves to the bone now and then save and put away etc., etc., pay things off faster and have an easier time later. It just depends on the person, depends on how you want to live. You know? I'm one of those personally. I'm one of those. I am more so the type to be like, I'd rather, if I have it in me, do it now. If I even remotely feel like I have it in me, I want to do it now. And that's just me. But, you know, you just do whatever makes you feel best. For sure. You said you used to upload broken files right before the deadline to give you extra time to finish it. I feel like, depending on where you live, eventually someone might notice it, but, or not where you live, where you work, but some offices, people would never know. They would never know. You'd be like, did you send the wrong file? I can't open it. You'd be like, it should work. Hold on, I'm working on something else. I'll try to fix it in a bit. Yup. Yup. Ooh, you had a company go tits up that you had equity in due to gross mismanagement. You really wish you had gotten into welding right then. Yeah, I've had some shit go bad. I've had some shit go bad. Not that scenario, but similar. I had a whole convoluted scenario that basically ended in like a year and a half to 2 years of work just not paid for. Straight up just not paid for. And that sucked. That sucked. And not full-time hours on that. But it was, if it was full-time hours, it'd probably be like, I don't know, a lot. It was bad. And now look, now we're on like round 2 of this. We're on like round 2 with me shoujo, man. Like, you know, I when all this stuff happened, I've seen a lot of comments of people being like, how does this happen? I've never heard of something. And I'm like, actually I have. I've seen this quite a bit. Only experienced it one other time myself, and that time was not nearly as bad as this, in my opinion. Like the former time was just like oopsie poopsie mismanagement a little bit. Like there was some accidental stuff involved. This round here, no. No. She was the best worst luck. 100%, man. It was crazy. Been there, done that. He said I didn't want to make the joke. No, it's fine. At this point, I think we can only joke about it. And it's so much worse than you guys know. It keeps getting worse on the back end still. You know, there's no end to it, man. No end to it. I'm still working every day on trying to move things forward or trying to get shit done. Ugh. I don't know. Peso was saying some fun stuff. Yeah, I was talking to her yesterday and everything. We were catching up on some things, and God, man. I'm still holding out for merch stuff. Yeah, my lawyer is lawyering a lot. I have sign off to get it, but there are some things throwing wrenches into it. And it's like the classic bullshit you would expect. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still working on it. It's not a thing that's like impossible at this moment. But it's just like, man.
Welcome back to the stream, Jeeks. I had a job interview
It's my
last
stream, I
week
sent it
and
to
the
me.
recruiter told me they want to schedule a meet and greet.
Schedule.
No offer letter yet, but fingers are crossed.
That's good. It's
Pet.
good. Just getting in front of people is good. That's a lot more than you can ask for half the time. Yeah. Kazon stands on it. I love her. I'm it's relieving to hear like someone else talking about it as candidly. You know. It's just really nice. It's really nice. But yeah, I mean, the best you could do is lawyer up and give things time. let things simmer, let things cook, and hope it goes as well as possible. But I don't know. Watching her quit live on air was incredible. Yeah, I mean, you know, I look back and I'm like, man, I was out. I was done with everything before I even knew about the financial stuff. I had no clue of any of that. None of that had come to light yet. Didn't know anyone was owed money. Didn't know money had run out. Like, knew none of this. And I was already done. And I'm like, I can't imagine what she was feeling in that moment. Like, learning everything all at once, basically. Right? Just crazy. Crazy. Insane. It'll all come out eventually. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I feel is, like, not my place to say. A lot of that news isn't really owed to you guys. It's more like, you know, internally people need to know what's going on. So there's some stuff where I'm like, I don't even know if it's worth mentioning this, that, or the other thing, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Even Henya making jokes about it now is a good sign of moving on. Yeah, though at the same time, I do want to say, I'm not, like, just moving on, okay? I'm not just gonna be like, oh, man, that stinks. Well, on to the next thing. Like, obviously, publicly and, like, with what I'm doing with my work, I'm doing that, yeah, but on the back end, no. Like, there's... no. I think that's exactly what some people want, right? That makes it really easy on some people. Just being like, oh, man. Well. Oh, well. You know. It's not quite the way. Well, we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens over time. He said I would have been driving to people's houses under the mental stability to deal with that. Well, hard to do that when some of them just aren't there. When some of them are just mysteriously gone, or, you know, etc., etc. What can you do? Some people are in other countries. Some people are, like, just not answering anything. I don't know. I'm also not crazy, so I'm not going to go to someone's house with a sledgehammer. You know, that's not really how you get things done properly. Right? Not quite the way. But yeah, no, same sentiment though, I get you. Has everyone just disappeared? The only person who has communicated with me in the past however many months, this is not aside from former employees that were already gone and stuff like that. The only person who's communicated with me and or my lawyer in the past few months has been one guy that was brought in to help through the legal side of all of this stuff a couple months ago. I don't remember the date he was brought in. That is the only person.
Magic words to locate anyone. Hello, IRS. I believe someone isn't paying their taxes.
I'd be surprised if something like that doesn't happen by the end of this, but we'll see. I don't know. But it's just, yeah, it's just one guy. It's just one guy. And pretty much everyone else has just left and is saying nothing. I know one person who has said something to a couple people briefly, just, like, apologizing. But I personally do not care. There are no words you can say. Action is the only thing that matters. It doesn't, like, this does nothing. I also don't believe it at all. Right? There are people that'll be like, I'm so sorry, or like, I messed up, whatever. I don't believe that at all. Knowing a lot of what I know now, and a lot of stuff that we haven't said to you guys that I'm like learning on the back end too. No. Zero belief in that, right? Yeah, sorry I got caught. Yep. It's just like, it's one thing if they really, really mean that, and then also they messed up, right? But it's not that scenario in my mind. Yeah, no, I don't believe that there's much good faith there. Whatever. We'll handle it as best we can. The rest are working overtime to cover their asses. Ghosting. Just completely ghosting, man. Loved how Kason talked to the Vishojo lawyer. He said he hadn't been paid either, so he quit. Yeah, so they had a lawyer that they used that was a third party. There was like a lady that they used a while back around the time of my contract being signed initially. And like all my negotiations. They had a third party that they hired to handle that process. There was also someone internally who was also working on that process. Who now at this point I don't think should have been working on it, but whatever. They had two people, right? And then around winter time, that internal person had stepped back, or said they did. I know they were still talking to people after that and still like being involved in some things, so I don't really know what the deal was there, but they had said around winter, and I had heard at that time, that they were stepping back. And then they brought in someone who was going to help fix the business or something. And it was some friend hired in who worked in, you know, had a fairly good resume, I guess, but it was just paper that said they were all right. They tried to help. I liked talking to this guy, actually. I thought he was pretty good. I think he didn't get the vision, but I think he was being told things from upper management that were different from what Talon wanted, right? So that's why he didn't get the vision. He only got their vision, not ours, and we weren't being told what their vision was, right? So he, when he learned what we wanted was different, was like, huh? Like genuinely confused. And I think that guy was trying to figure out what to do to execute the vision that his higher up friend wanted, but also appease us. And he was just in a weird scenario. And then at some point, many months ago, he left because that whole time he didn't get paid. And he said, I gotta go. And he just quietly left. I didn't really have too much of a problem with him. Obviously, it was just a friend brought in, whatever, but he didn't get paid, so he just left. There was probably, this is an assumption, there was probably a promise of he would get paid maybe if they got another investment or this deal goes through or that thing or blah, blah, blah. But it was becoming clear to him that it just wasn't happening. And things were getting worse. And by that time, I'm like, oh, I'm leaving. Zen's like, oh, I'm leaving. You know, we're talking about this stuff. And I think the guy was like, it's a bit cooked. And he leaves. And then they bring in another guy to be in the same kind of position as him and to handle legal. And that's part of the way through me leaving. So that was maybe like early June or late May or so, somewhere around there potentially, that this guy was brought in. He's the one who's been since then trying to handle legal. He also did not get paid for a while and quit. So I was told, but then sometime later got back on it. And I think he's on retainer now. So somehow, somewhere, someone's paying him, probably personally is my guess. I don't know. But that same guy is there. So this is the third person who is put in like a maybe like interim C-level role or like advisory or something and is helping with legal. It's the third person there. Just to make that clear. So first it was like old COO / person helping with law. Then that person allegedly steps back in the winter, but I found out later they were still like doing shit and being involved later. I don't know how though. I don't know the capacity. No information really being shared there. Then we have second guy who I thought was fine, but just wasn't getting paid and like was like, I think the shit's cooked, and he goes. And now we're on third guy. Poor guy. You have a suspicion the new lawyer specializes in defense? Well, this person, I believe, is going to be helping with, if they're going through with their bankruptcy and stuff. I'm pretty sure he's going to be helping them handle that. I know Kason had said she was told that they didn't even have the money to file their bankruptcy. But bankruptcy filings are only a couple thousand in most states. I know there's other work that needs to be done, but like fucking sit down and do the work then. Like, what do you mean it's expensive? That's a... You mean the law bills are expensive? I mean, just pay personally at that point, please. That's number one. Number two, this person had said to my lawyer that they haven't actually done a bankruptcy filing before. They're just gonna like do it. It's actually not that hard to do, but I feel like this person's just getting this thrown at them. don't think this is what he signed up for. But hey, if he's getting paid on retainer, fuck it, he'll probably just do it, is my guess. I don't know. It's not that hard to do those filings. It's not easy. It's more of like a thoroughness thing than difficulty thing, though. It's just time consuming. But I don't know. So, but that's what I've heard, right? That's what I know of, probably, maybe. The filing fee is only a few hundred in California. The cost is only the lawyer's time. Yeah. Typically, that's what I'm saying. Like, depending on state, depending where you are, it's only a couple thousand, maybe, right? Some legal fees. I'm sure the company doesn't have the money to pay for it, but there are people who should be able to pay for this, so, you know. I don't really care, you know? How far out do you think we are from Vishojo as a brand being up for sale? And do you think anyone would go for it? I have no clue. I have no clue. If there's any liquidation or something that happens, would the IP get sold, something like that? I doubt anyone would buy it at this point. I really don't think anyone should. I don't want it, personally. I don't want it with everything that's happened. Like, no matter what you could do, you could have a whole, like, story arc of, yeah, I got this and now I am doing this with it or whatever. But I think the public opinion of it is so bad that I don't know what the value in the brand IP is. and the brand IP, the importance of it really wasn't much. It was always the individual members, so I'm not really, not really concerned there. It's about what, like a pink background with a V on it. I'm okay. I'm okay. What they even have to liquidate? I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know if there were if anyone had a company car. I don't know if we owned any streaming backpacks. I don't know if there was any office supplies. Maybe someone bought someone a PC to work on and it was an expense and maybe that would get liquidated. Maybe not. I have no clue. But I could think of things that maybe could have been paid for. That would make sense. That could be a stapler, right? Maybe the Roomba thingy, the little setup that we had, the robot to drive around. I don't know if that was rented or if we own that. I can't think of much because pretty much everything was operated digitally. Who knows? Maybe if they still own certain people's merch, if there are any physical items, that could even potentially be liquidated. They could attempt to sell that to us or something, or to the outside. I have no clue. But typically when you do a bankruptcy, they try to claw any money. They do clawback. They do, there's just a lot. There's all this liquidation that happens. Every little thing, Any servers? I have no clue. I assume a lot of that stuff was done digitally, right? Like cloud storage. I do know my old email was definitely deactivated. It says the plan ended August 1st. I checked to make sure it was done. Tried logging in. It was on my 2-factor and everything. My authenticator app. And I was just curious to see if it was still there. And it was not. So they're definitely not paying for that subscription for Gmail for corporate that license, right? That kind of stuff. But that's not an asset. But still. Do they own mechanical licenses for some of the music video projects? I don't quite know exactly where a lot of that falls. A lot of those things I wasn't too concerned with, or I wasn't in. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm not personally investigating too much. I don't even know if they know. I don't know. Yeah. I've got no clue, man. I have no clue. Was the office furniture auction gonna be? I don't even know if they had a physical office anymore. I don't know that they ever did. I'm not sure. I've no clue. I want to say everyone was remote, but I don't know. What about any IPs posted on the Beach Shoujo YouTube page? What do you mean by that? Any IP posted? Do you mean like videos themselves? If it's videos themselves, yeah, I don't know. You imagine they'll try to take the revenue? Yeah, I mean, none of us ever saw revenue from that channel, as far as I know. I actually had a lot of video projects that I had scripted out and wanted to film with members, and was trying to get done. And I wanted us to be a lot bigger on group content and having our group channel really going. It was very important to me. Bark knows. Bark knows because I talked to him ad nauseum about this constantly the whole time I was there. He can attest to it. And I dropped so many of those projects or put them on the back burner and said maybe I'll do these myself when I'm out, because there was never an offer made to pay for the editing on them, to pay for thumbnails on them, whatever. I might have been able to like demand it, but when I was talking about these projects, the assumption was that I was just going to do it, right? So if I wanted to make videos that involved a lot of members and then post them, and in no way should that ever be on me to pay for, you know? And I had requested that we maybe get like hire in a producer and editor, things like that. And I was told like that wasn't in budget. And I was like, I was told that a while back, which is what, like my first inkling of money stuff being like really bad. But I was like, okay. And then sometime later, they're like, no, we actually are going to look for one. It's just so hard. It's just so hard to find somebody. And I'm like, it's not. Also, did you guys ever see them publicly post like, hey, we're looking for this or anything? No. If they just posted, they would have gotten so many people tripping over themselves, frothing in the mouth to be like, I would love to do this. I would love to be this person. I know for a fact we would have found people, not just editors. I wanted more of a producer role. So someone who was like able to sit there with me and take a video idea I had and then script it out a bit better on like the format, get everyone together to film. So not just the editing part. That's not that hard to find. That's not that hard to find. Someone who's just willing to try. So I'm like, they were claiming it's hard to find the right person. And even I was saying it's hard to find the right one, yes, but we need to try people. It's not hard to find people to try out, you know? And I was just like, okay. So I had all these videos that I was like starting to record and film with people that I just didn't put on that channel because I was in the same way as you guys. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to get revenue from that. Even enough to cover like what it would cost me to make this video. I just like, why am I doing this? That's just where I was. I was like, why am I doing this? So I didn't really do any of them. And I held on to a lot of the ideas in my back pocket. And I was like, when I'm not in this group, I will just do this on my own shit. The Nova video was a good example of that. I was making that for the channel. That video that I did with Nova, where I was basically doing like a Giga Chat episode with them, was not going to be called Giga Chat or anything related. It was just going to be a video of them talking. I was going to be in it less. It was going to be on the main channel for Bishoujo. That was my plan for it. And then the video was made, and I just did everything. I was given like no assistance other than one staff member helping with translation and like communicating with the girls to get, you know, the filming and recording kind of set up time-wise, scheduling. That was great. That was wonderful. That was the only assistance I got, was that one staff member, and then my own manager, you know, just talking to me about it and us working on it like verbally. And then that was it. That was it. And I just had this video and I was like looking at it and I'm like, so what? So I'm just gonna put it on their channel just cause I paid for everything and then I'm never gonna see revenue from it. And I was like, what? Why would I do this? The channel was also dead, right? They were like barely posting on it. And I was like, I'm just gonna put this on my channel. I just like, and it's not even about the revenue so much as it is like they're not even trying to utilize their YouTube much. So am I the only person concerned about revitalizing this? You shouldn't do that. You know, like it's just a bad idea. And I was like, I'm gonna put it on my own channel. And I'm gonna encourage the other girls, if they want any footage from it to put on their own channels, they can have it, you know, whatever. And that's it. They saw those highlights videos like a year ago. Yeah, they used this one company. They never had their own producer or like editor hired in. They just used a company that they would occasionally like organize to make a highlight and post it. And I never knew what the criteria was for choosing what to post. I felt like I was not often in a lot of those videos. We would have collabs sometimes, and I'd be like, hey, this would be a great one. Never got turned into a video. Shorts as well. I had talked about it. And I was like, hey, you know, you post shorts. So at some point they stopped posting shorts entirely. But if you look back at who they posted, and you look for the last time I was posted, a short of me was posted, it was a long time ago. And I never really like cared too hard. It's just when I was like looking at it one day with Bark, we noticed that, and I was like, when was the last time they posted all those shorts of a lot of people? And I was one of the most consistent streamers in the group, right? It's a lot of stuff you could post. Nothing. Here's one. I think the last one that had me in it, or it's at least like from my stream or anything. This one is it's with my old model. I see comments from a year ago. When was this even posted? Description. I can't even see the date. Oh, February 3rd, 2024. February 3rd, 2024. That was the last one. That was the last short of me. And then the last short, not the G Fuel ad. There was a G Fuel ad, but before that, there was a Henya one. There she is. Let me see. Can I see the description? Shisha. Hold on. Description. When was this posted? May 17th, 2024. They had like several months. They had so many months. They posted me like that one time, and then there was also a big gap before that of them not posting me too. And I remember pointing this out, and I was like, hey, I don't even need to be posted a lot. This isn't even like a huge deal to me, but it's been like months, and you post the same few people, but you don't post me at all. Like at all. Is something up? Like, is something wrong? Like, I just didn't even know what to say about it because I just felt like I was complaining, and I was like, what is that about? And I got like a non-answer. And they were like, well, we don't really, you know, by that time, I think I asked like in May or June, like when they stopped posting shorts in general. And they were like, yeah, we haven't really been focusing on shorts. We haven't been posting them. We're going to focus on like long form. And I was like, yeah, but the question was I showed, I was like, I was posted a lot when I first joined, and shorts of me did really well. So I don't see a like reason mechanically to not get posted. What's up? Non-answer. I just got like nothing, and I was like, okay. Okay, all right. I was always confused on that one. Always confused. And then I'm one of the people who has like a really good clips channel. It's not like YouTube hates me in the algo or anything, so I was just like, I don't know. They did on Instagram and TikTok. I have no fucking clue why they weren't on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know. I was just like, it was just me trying to make an argument for like, we really need a producer, because if we had a channel manager like really paying attention to this stuff, it would be done right. That's all, you know. But like, I don't know. And then they didn't really post much long form either. They did like a couple highlights and that was it. So I think what had happened was it was kind of like half-assed the whole time. And then at that point they didn't have any budget to, or I mean they did, but they didn't. They weren't paying anyone. They just didn't want to, and they didn't know how to say that, is what I think. That's my guess. And there were some staff that wanted to help me with what I was saying, and they agreed. They were like, yeah, I don't know why either. And I think they were being given the, there's no budget right now to do this. We'll think about it later. I think they were given that answer. I don't know. Very confusing. Very, very, very confusing. So at the end of the day, what happened was a lot of videos that I was trying to make didn't get made. Other members too. I was sitting there like holding group meetings about video projects that we were going to work on and stuff. And we all just kind of like, were like, let's just not do this until we know like who's paying for it. How is this being done? What editing team is working on it? Do we use our own teams, or are they going to like have people that we use, or what, you know? So many of those projects just halted. Completely halted, man. They focus on longer content when shorts and clips are part of the bulk of the... No, they focus on nothing. is what I'm saying. You want to see a breakdown of where all that V-Charger money went? Yeah, unfortunately, I have like guesses, but I don't have any direct idea of like specific amounts anywhere. I don't think anyone would know unless there was an audit. I know what numbers they claimed to me. Don't say marketing and staff costs. No, you're just saying shit. Not marketing. If it was put into marketing, then we would have been marketed. But you know, we would have like had maybe a really active YouTube channel. Staff costs, yes. But there were also a bunch of projects that were being worked on that never got across the finish line that I do not know how much money was put into those, but I cannot imagine they were cheap. I cannot imagine it. It was some tech projects, some things like that. Yeah, like the video game, a good example. I don't know. I know there were assets made for it. I was seeing entire assets shown to me. I do not know how much money was put into that. A game is not cheap to make. There was another project that was way bigger than that. That wasn't a game. A different tech project that could only have cost a lot. They had some team in the UK working on something relating to this other project, and they were showing me like a lot of work done on the first iteration of it. And I was like, I found out that this project was being worked on when they were already ready to show me like an early working version of some stuff. And I was like, none of us knew this was even being worked on. None of us knew budget was going toward this. None of us knew anything about this. But money had clearly already been spent on it. I don't know what the fuck that was about. But when I looked at it, I said, hey, this idea is very bad. It's not going to work out. I don't know why you're doing this. It's dead in the water. And they were like, do you really think so? And I was like, yes, I come from places where I've seen this sort of thing not work. And I just think like this isn't going to work. And at some point the decision was made to drop it. How much money was put into that and then it was dropped? I don't know. Like I have no clue. I think it was some sort of project they were working on that would probably help rake in another investor. And I even said to them straight up, that's okay. Because I really do think that's okay. I was like, if that's the point of this, is because this will help us get like more investment, that's okay. That makes sense. But like, my problem with it was that we didn't know what was going on. Were you informed when they decided to drop it? We were informed after, yeah. We were informed that it was dropped, and I was just like, okay. And this is where the alarm bells went off for me. It was like that project was dropped, and I knew money had gone into it. I just don't know how much. And then there's also some money stuff that like wasn't happening. There was a budget related to something else that was like no longer existing. And I was like, okay, you know, and I was like, all right. It was a lot of weird stuff, but of course there's like no paper trail to follow. So there's nothing for me to point at that time to be like this and this and that and the other thing. There are no specific amounts that I'm aware of, you know, etc. So as I'm spending my time trying to figure out what's going on, other dominoes start to fall, and here we are. But I don't know. You didn't know there was a video game for GEEGA until you said something after the shit hit the fan. We made like one announcement on the group Twitter saying, hey, we're working with this company on making a game. And people were like, wow, yay. And that was it. That was all that was said publicly. So it was mentioned like beforehand, but very briefly. I don't know. I don't know. It could have not been a lot of money. It could have been a ton of money that was put into these projects. I have no clue. What genre was it? Fuck if I know. We kept changing it up. They told us what type of game they wanted to make at first, and I was like, I don't think our community is gonna really want to play that. And they were like, no way. And I was like, yeah, you could have asked us before you started like making concept art. Could have like not spent the money on that. Just ask us, you know. That was my whole ask the whole time, was just ask us before you do things, because we have a good idea of what our communities want. And yeah, and then sometime later we're shown like another, like, hey, it's many months later, hey, we've revamped the concept, we think we could do something more like this, it's a little aligned with what you said. And it like wasn't right either. Like they just took those notes and it just did not hit. It just did not hit. And I was like, it's slightly better, but I remember something about the art style too. I was like, oh man, people are gonna hate that. You know, a lot of little things. I was just like, it's not it. I was very willing to sit there and work on honing it in, but that was all we heard about it. And then we just never heard about the game again. I wasn't told like, oh, it's dropped or it's still underway or anything. They were just like, oh, okay, interesting. We'll talk about it. And that was it. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. Was the game idea because someone's all here one wants to one up it? No, I think not necessarily. I don't even think so, no. I think it was because they wanted to make projects and then put our IPs in it and then use that to maybe pull in an investor, is my guess. I know the fun drama reason is to say like, oh, it's because they want to compete with whomever. Maybe there's some of that in there. I don't know. No one said anything like that. I think it was more so because they were just trying to throw shit at a wall that would get an investor to come in and save them because they had no money. I think that's really what it was. You know? Cave, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Cave. I appreciate it. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just... so much was so preventable. I'm just surprised at how long a lot of these issues existed and how long they were able to spend or how much effort they took making it seem like, you know, there's no Warren bossing, say. A lot of staff members telling us things are fine because they were lied to. And, you know, it's just bad. Didn't Smite get Vishojo skins? That was its own deal. That was before I even joined. And those were just skins. That wasn't like our company paying like for that. That was the other company paying for IPs from Vishojo to be used, as far as I know. But I don't know like, the exact details of that contract. I don't know like the little, you know, nitty gritty there. But yeah, if Vishojo would have made a game with a VTuber in it and they quit, what happens? They'd probably still be in the game. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that they ever had any proper agreements written out that specified that. It should be legally specified what happens, but I don't think it was. I don't know of anything that specified how that works. So if that game actually got made and then I left, I don't think there would have been any like legal basis for anything specific happening because because I don't think that was ever discussed genuinely. Which is just another point to like how unthorough stuff was, and which is why even when I didn't know about like the specifics of money stuff, which is that's why I was leaving, right? That's why I was already like gone before the other news came out, because already I was just like, but it's so unthorough. And I was like, I can't have an agreement, a deal with you where you're like able to be responsible for handling how things are written legally in relation to my IP, how we're licensing something out, all of that, when like this is the level of work here, you know? It's just like this is not acceptable, and that was really like my number one reason why. Wouldn't Vishojo require the talent's approval before using your IP in anything, or did the contract allow certain liberties? That depends on people's contracts. Not everyone has the same language on everything. So that just depends. Definitely not cookie cutter on that point for people. Aren't Zen, Yen, and Mouse still in Smite? Pretty sure their skins are still there, yeah. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. I don't know what money they got for that. I don't know if they got a one-time payment, if they got like ongoing royalties. I have no clue. No clue. Who knows? Who knows, man? Yeah, everything was, yeah, like Trust Me Bro, or just done on vibes. Everyone was like hired in on vibes. All work was done based on vibes. Everything. Oh, things will just work out, bro. Right? Surprised G Fuel still has a Vishojo collab stuff on their site. Yeah, that's I'm not going to comment on that too much because that's still ongoing, but that's all going to be handled separately, most likely. At least for me, I'm going to talk to them and try to handle it separately. I'm not going to try and do that through the company as much as possible. I did for a while, but I don't think that that's going to like be good. So I'm going to talk to them directly, and, you know, me and my lawyer will handle that. But yeah, we had cool stuff planned with them too. It's a shame. It's a shame. That worked great for Enron. It's like a case study for this shit, right? Heard a lot of the talent were hired prior to auditions. The auditions were essentially not looked at for V-Shoujo. That's not true, no. No, so there are people who were scouted separately from auditions, and there were people that were brought in from auditions, and those are two separate things. There are a lot of the members that were brought in and shown officially as members. None of them except for Haruka were auditionees, but that was publicly stated. We all said that. Like, I was scouted in. I was not brought in because of an audition process. And I stated that when I joined. I was like, by the way, I'm separate from this process. And then after I joined, they ran some auditions again. And they had, we know now, they had some people lined up, but they never even debuted them. So they never even got to like join the group publicly or anything like that. So there was both, basically, is what I'm saying. There was both. It's just like publicly what was shown, the only one that was brought in from auditions that actually got to like join the group front facing was Haruka. But I never thought that was a bad thing. I thought scouting was fine too, just as long as like they were clear about it. I just didn't like that, like, I didn't like that when I joined, I had to be the face constantly of telling everyone, no, I did not join through auditions, I was scouted. I felt like the PR of that shouldn't have just been on me. They should have said something. There should have been something mentioned. I know Amma wanted that as well. And she stated very clearly on her debut, like, by the way, just to note, I was scouted and I was brought in. She was like talked to way earlier than the auditions even, you know? And they did this with a lot of people about a lot of that stuff. And a lot of us were like, we shouldn't have to be the ones handling the brunt of this. And I remember getting told by staff, you know, it's hard for us too. I remember a few of us getting told this. It's hard for us too, you know, we have to figure out what to say, and the company really gets the brunt of this stuff. Can you fucking imagine? We were like, what? It's hard for us too. Yeah, number one, that's your job. Number two, you just have to make a tweet. Number three, none of you as individuals are answering for this. You can use a corporate account and just put out a corporate message, signed V-Shoujo. Like, what? That one was always so confusing to me. So confusing. I was like, what is the point of a company if you're not going to shield us PR-wise so we don't have to deal with things that really aren't ultimately on us to deal with? And like, not everyone watches every stream. It shouldn't be on us to say it on stream and expect the whole community to hear it, you know? I don't know. So instead, we would make posts. Like, I remember when Zen made a post, I backed Zen up, and it wasn't even something that I felt so immediately strongly about. I just hated seeing Zen get bashed, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just throw myself on the fire too. Why not? And I just said something about the auditions, knowing like it would be better for me to stay out of it and not say anything. But I was like, I can't watch Zen just sit here and like be the only one talking about this and just be like handling the brunt of this shit, like tanking all of it because the corporate account would not do it. And I was just like, fuck it, all right. I think I like quote retweeted or replied or whatever the fuck. I was like, man, because otherwise it just looked like it was all Zen's idea too, which wasn't exactly it either. Like, Zen was a proponent of some things, but then they didn't do it in the way we thought was good either. And then like Zen had to like sit there and explain and rationalize this stuff in front of people when like none of this was handled by us. It was just It was rough, so I was just like, fuck it. Maybe I'll take some of the heat off of her if I say something too, I guess. I don't know. And then I put myself out there and I was like, look, me, someone who internally was saying like, hey, we can't handle this right now. We shouldn't do this. I'm sticking my neck out there on this. Shouldn't the corporate account sue? And nothing was done. Nothing was done, dude. That shit was crazy. Did they ever stand up for any other talents ever? Barely. They would tell us on the side, like, some staff members would just be like, oh man, feel so bad. And I'd be like, all right, so post about it. All right, so clarify something. Okay, make a YouTube video, right? Like, put information out there. PR statements should just be made by the company. Like, we all wanted this for so long. And then we would also get bashed for making PR statements. There would be people that'd be like, you guys shouldn't even say anything. And I'm like, okay, well, they won't, so. And it looked even worse if we all said nothing. Because, again, we were the ones who would get the brunt of the negative attention for being, like, silent on something, right? Not the company. They'd go to our chats. They'd reply to our tweets because we're actively tweeting, right? All that kind of stuff. So, it was like the lesser of two evils to just say something, make a shitty PR statement as a talent that you shouldn't, and just and just deal with it, you know? Like, no, there was no winning there. There's no good move. So most things I didn't comment on, but that one, I don't know, Zen said something and I was like, fuck. So I just was like, all right, me too, whatever. Whatever. Right? We'd get you therapists to help, but it's out of budget. I never utilized the therapy thing because I was like, I'll just hire my own person. I don't even know if they had like, I think it was just like an online service. I don't even know what that was. I remember they used that as a really cool marketing point. They'd always be like, we offer therapy to our talents for free. I don't know if anyone utilized it. I'm pretty sure if anyone went to therapy, they like just had their own person hired in. Was it BetterHelp? I don't even know. I don't know. I was just like, man, I don't know. I'm never going to use a service that like someone else tries to get for me or something. I'm just going to do my own shit. Did Michi use it? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't expect everyone to report to me. But I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where I'm like, if we all started using it at the same time, would that have been paid for? Would they have afforded that? I don't know. I don't know, man. You always thought they were publicly hands-off. Makes more sense that they just weren't doing anything. Imagine how I felt seeing an org chart showing more than 25 employees in the company. But also feeling like when I wanted them to make a PR statement, just like one tweet, they just wouldn't. And then they're like, it's so hard. We bear the brunt of something. Like, dude, what are we paying for? Like, what are we paying for? What? None of you can tweet? None of you can draft a PR statement? Dude. I don't know. Shit was crazy. When you see an org chart, you should be able to point to anyone and say, what do they do? Yeah, man. I don't know. Did the majority have prior relevant experience? I gotta go back. I still have the org chart. I gotta go back and like search through and see what everyone's resumes were. I don't know. I never did because I just knew from the lack of stuff happening that either these people were not good at what they did at all, what was claimed, or there was no expectation for them to actually do their work at work, right? Like, if they didn't do their work, there was just no consequence. So, yeah. Yeah. There were so many names on there I just didn't know. I had never heard of. To this day, if I look back, so many of the names on here, I literally have no clue who they are. Never spoke to them, never even saw them in Discord or anything like that. Maybe they use the company's Slack. We didn't have access to that. That was for staff only or anything. So like, I just don't know. I just don't know. Or they're getting blocked by the upper management. How long can you spend getting blocked by upper management and not say anything. So this is the thing. If talents are literally begging for something that is under my department, and I'm getting blocked by upper management about it, how does that just sit there and die like that for months, for years? Right? How is that possible? It means people are knowingly saying nothing and just letting it die, and okay with they're okay with the talents just getting fucked over. Or yeah, right, like complicit in some way, right? They're aware there's an issue, they're aware that we're asking for things to change, and then they're not even saying that they're blocked, right? They're not even mentioning that. So like, if I'm not hearing you, and other employees, like our managers, are not telling us that they're hearing you make a stink about, oh, I'm blocked, that's why this can't happen, instead we're giving weird excuses, they have to be complicit, right? That's just how I feel. That's the only assumption I can make at that point, you know? Are they just friends getting paid and they don't care? I don't know, man. I don't know, right? Yeah, like you said, at some point after being blocked long enough, you just give up and let it ride, collecting a paycheck. Exactly. And then they're collecting a paycheck that turns out is just coming from our money that they're holding that they never paid out to us. And those people are legal employees, so legally they do have to get paid out first. Right? Technically. But there's a point where when you know you're in a bad financial situation, you know you do not have the money to pay the employees and pay our debts out. If you know this for a long time and you make the choice to only pay one, what's going on there? That's really bad, right? That's really bad. So, I don't know. But it's hard to tell for certain things, like who is complicit with what, because again, a lot of these people, I just don't know them. Never spoken to them. So, I don't know. It's crazy too. I'm not gonna show this to you guys. I have a message though from back in early May where they talk about some people that were transitioning out, people that were losing their jobs essentially, or leaving. One of them was our finance/accounting person, who was the only person that I remember, if I asked for something financial, actually did try. But that person often said that they didn't have access to everything they needed to tell me all the information. I don't know if this person actually did know everything or not. I don't know if they were blocked or not. I have zero clue. But early May 7th is the date of this message. It was our last person. Oh, man. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people that I was being told were leaving at that time. Crazy. Crazy. No, not a CFO. Just finance/accounting. Just one person. And I remember that person's name being on the org chart. They were one of 2 people listed there,
Hi,
separately
GEEGA.
from any C
I
levels.
like your streaming so far. I feel
Thank
bad
you.
that you and your fellow talents were essentially screwed over by Shoujo's management.
It is what it is,
I hope
man.
that you guys are able to heal and keep moving forward.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Personally, like, I'm not concerned about healing, like, emotionally or stress-wise. I'm just wanting the right things to be done. Right? That's where I'm at. I just want the right shit to be done. And I don't want this to all just be a big nothing. Like, I don't want people to just throw their hands up and be like, oh, man, well, What can you do? It shouldn't end with like, it'd be so hard to do anything, so let's just not, right? I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna let stuff cook. Would it be fair to say you weren't as attached, so it wasn't as hard for you? Yeah, I mean, my attachment was to the group members, and that was it. I made that very clear. I told all of them that when I was, like, thinking about leaving and everything. I told them very clearly, I was like, I care about being in a group with you guys, because you are all very close friends for me. That's it. So leaving a company has nothing to do with that, you know? And that was what I told them. So for me, that felt fine. But also, I was never in a scenario where I felt like the company saved me, or I felt like the company made me, or I felt like I just never had any of that ever. So for me, that was very easy, you know, like that part was just never a factor for me. I know for some other people, they had a lot more emotion toward it. They also talked to like some people in upper staff a lot more on a personal level. I just didn't. I had spoken to a couple of them personally here and there, very much so, but none of them were people that I considered like my close personal friends. So that definitely helped, you know, that definitely uncomplicates things. If you have like a really close relationship with any of those people, it's very different, right? And yeah, and you know, Plane just wasn't there as long as there for, I mean, it was still a long time, it was almost 2 years, but it was still just a very different level for me, for sure. I don't know. We're a family kind of deal. Yeah, for me, it was just me and the members, right? Like, me under that. But, I don't know. You think you know some people sometimes, or whatever. I don't know. This is just a lot of crazy stuff. Now I'm looking. I'm trying to find the org chart. I know I have it somewhere. I know I have it. I'll find it later. I have this huge. Oh, you know where? I know where it is. I have this huge document. I made a fig jam board when things started going a little weird, and I started just collecting information on there. And I took anything that felt weird and anything that was definitely wrong, any of this, I just collected on there. And then any asks that other members had. So when something was like off and someone else was like, man, I really wish this, that, the other thing, where there was like a transparency thing, or if they wanted to know, like, let's say someone wanted to know who was making it through on the auditions, right? I wrote out who asked that. Everything. I just took like notes and kept it all compiled. And then at some point, I didn't take everyone. I just took some people that were like complaining more. Took them and said, hey, let's do a meeting with Gunn. Right? And let's talk to him about this stuff. And I took that document and I whittled it down a lot, just to the most important stuff. And presented that to him. Didn't show it to him. I like read, you know, each point to him and talked over each one with him. So I had, you know, like the document from that time and stuff that I added to it later too, to keep stuff together. And one of the big ones on there was, I was like, ugh, I was talking about the specific, there was so much, man. There was so much, but I had a Google Doc here reading pretty much. I had a bunch of notes on like the gaps that we saw, and then I likened it to the org chart. So what I did was, let's say we had an issue with like biz dev sponsors, that kind of thing. I'd be like, we have this many employees listed on your org chart where you claim people are full-time employees working under this department. Yet I have only ever had a message from it, you know, and I was like going through each one. I was like, we have a finance department, yet I have not received this thing, and I need this thing. You tell me it'll take a week to produce this, but if you have 2 full-time employees in the department, not including anyone C-level, then what takes a week, right? And I had everything like written out like that. Asked all of this stuff on the call, everything. Man, it's just, ugh. It was so bad. It was so bad. Imagine like putting in the work to put that all together too. And then getting like, oh, I'm sorry, we really messed up. That's so crazy. We are very dedicated to not having you be unhappy. Right? Like, oh man, so crazy. That was literally the kind of stuff I was taught. Yeah, not even, I'll have to look into that. It's interesting that you're saying that. I'll have to do more discovery to really look into this problem. Imagine hearing the word discovery all the time. The corpo speak. Hearing more discovery needed in this area to figure out the problem. Like, that's the kind of shit that was written down, and I was like, brother. It was stuff like me being like, hey, your last payment to me was this date. Any reason for that? We'll have to do some more discovery in this area. As I was writing this and asking these questions, I was like dying inside because I'm like, I don't even know what I'm asking because I know, like, I gotta go. I know this shit's cooked. But like, you know, you gotta give it the good old college try, right? And discovery. It's crazy. Discovery is a lot scarier than the resulting lawsuit from not discovering when they should have. Dude, it's like, what discovery is there to do? You go into your Slack channel and you go, yo, what's up with this? Yo, what's up with that? One of them was even, like, there was some person within the company that had no contract or anything to, like, work with the company. But they were working with the company. I told you guys already, there are a lot of people that were, like, not NDA that were working with the company. A lot of third parties and stuff. And I was like, what's with that? And they were like, we're gonna have to do discovery. I mean, like... Send them a fucking NDA. Like, what? There was, I don't know, there was a lot of stuff. There was a merch thing. There was one where they had no formal contract. Guaranteed, confirmed to me. They had no formal contract with the company. They just, like, did merch for us. And I was like, brother, they could do this. You could sue them for using our IPs. And they could sue you for verbally telling them they could and then suing them. And they could countersue, be like, oh, you misled us. Like, you're just leaving everyone in the scenario so open to so many issues. Yes, the damn Discovery Channel. That's what I'm saying. I made a Discovery Channel joke too back then. I was like, this is the fucking Discovery Channel, dude. Because, like, I'm just... This Discord... I was like, this DM. I'm staring at these DMs. Waiting for, you know, the discovery, man. Shit was crazy. Shit was so crazy. Discovery. My new favorite word, man. What is there to discover? You already knew all this shit. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. So crazy. I don't know. In the end, they discovered they are broke. The funny thing is, they tried to present it to people, like some people, it was presented to them like they were, like they had recently discovered that this was an issue. But there were so many other things that had happened over time that made it clear that they were already aware this was an issue. So I'm like, what? I don't know. I don't know, man. Is investigation too strong of words? They use discover instead? Probably. I don't know. I had so many complaints, dude. So many complaints. IDK, man. You'll tell your boss tomorrow you need to discover why you were late. Yeah, literally. Case on confronting the Japan CEO. We have money. Why haven't I been paid? Ah. Yeah, I feel bad because I know, like, it's hard to tell who exactly knew what. I do believe them when they say, like, their numbers in and out just for JP were actually pretty good. I do believe that. But how do you never... How do you not notice that no one's being paid out in JP? Right? Like, how do you... Like, they were like, oh, we thought you were going to get paid or something. I understand that some things were kind of all under one entity, so it was, like, more so that like, people in the U.S. probably would handle some of those payments, is my guess. I'm not even 100% sure. That's how it sounded, right? I understand there's some stuff there, but shouldn't you have full visibility on it? And if someone's like, yo, I need money, I got bills this month. He said HQ was giving the runaround. That's true, but how long do you get given the runaround before you start making a stink, right? Like, I'm like, so many staff on so many levels didn't make a stink. As far as I know. Maybe some did behind closed doors and I didn't see it. I don't know. But as far as I could tell, no one was making a big stink. So... yeah, until Mel says something, right? Then Mel says something, and then suddenly everyone's like, oh my god, that's so crazy. But, like... yeah, very, very complacent. Very complacent. You know? And I know for a fact, like, my manager... when I brought up some stuff to my manager, he was like, oh my god, let me ask. I hear him actively typing out a message, actively in that moment I bring an issue up, saying something, you know? But, like, how do other people not have that level of, like, oh god, let me look into this, right? I don't know. The other thing is, let's say they're being given the runaround. How are they displaying that to talent? If a lot of us knew that they were being given the runaround, we would have made that stink for them, right? So it's just a lack of, like, trying to work with us to get things done right, too. I don't know, man. I don't know. Kinda weird. Kinda weird. Kinda odd. Did you all have your own managers? Did they work with multiple people? They worked with multiple. I had Kenzo, for example. He worked with a couple talents, and, you know, we all had a manager that worked with a few folks. I don't know if there are any people that had their own. I think, like, there might have been one or two people that had someone that just worked with them, but they usually also took up some other responsibilities too, whether it was working with other talents or they were doing certain types of projects or whatever. The managers for us individually were the ones that I felt did the most work, like the people on the talent side, you know? And they talked to us the most actively, so I feel like they were very likely to be the people having the most empathy for us, you know, in any of the situations, because they actually knew us. I feel like it, you know, something I never liked was how separate a lot of people were from all of us, like a lot of staff being very separate from talent. It just makes it easier for them to be, like, emotionally detached. Meaning, you know, I think in a lot of corporate environments, you shouldn't be emotionally attached to a lot of people. In a talent company, you should at least know your people on a personal level. I think you have to know them on a personal level for things to be done right. It doesn't mean that you have to be, like, you know, again, crazy emotionally attached, but you should know them, right? So people, like, not even really knowing us properly was just weird to me. I remember bringing it up to someone in C-level bringing up to them, hey, I have concerns about this, and I think, you know, something that would fix it would be us having like more visibility, more conversations, more group meetings. And you know what they told me? This is a C-level person saying this to me. Said, well, we don't really have like a lot of group meetings anymore like that, like with all staff and all talents all together, because those meetings got so toxic, and people were like arguing about a lot of stuff, whatever, and they were trying to blame former members that had left the company. They're trying to say that like it was part of that. And they're trying to like imply that things just got so toxic, so we don't really do like group meetings anymore. Because it just was so dysfunctional. And I was like, okay. By the way, they wouldn't refer to some of the former members as their names. They would call them by the first letter of their name. They wouldn't even say their name. Like, they would say S. They would say N. I was like, what? Come on, man. What is that? I don't know. What is that? It was weird. I didn't bring it up. I was just like, okay, for your comfort, I guess. But, so that was weird. But all I was asking was for us to have more group meetings with like more staff involved, because I was like, hey, I don't know a lot of the staff. And I have to go through my manager, who then has to go through someone else, who then gets to that final staff member to like get a question answered or do a thing. I should just have more connection to these people, number one, like more direct connection. And then number two, I feel like whenever we have group meetings and we have like a lot of the members together, we get a lot more done. Like when we talk about our projects and our ideas, so much more comes to light. And I was like, I genuinely think people are more open about their real thoughts, whatever, when we're in a group setting. And they were like, no. No. Because those group meetings got so bad. Like, I was just like, okay. All right. It was weird. I never knew how to process that one. I was just like, that's not real. Right? After that, I was just like, no, that can't be. Even if it's that bad, okay, if you're blaming people who had previously left, they're gone now. So you're trying to say the group meetings in general are bad and it'll always get this way? Or are you trying to imply that the current members will be like that too? What are you trying to say? Right? Like, I'm like, what are the implications here? They were just saying shit, right? Like, they're just saying some weird shit. And they were trying to, like, rationalize it. Right? Ooh, or were they calling me toxic? Maybe I was the squeaky wheel, you know? And they just wanted me to, like, shut up or something. Stop pointing out the issues. Because I was like number one guy in the meeting being like, that's a lot of employees, you know? Or they're talking about like the auditions, and I'd be like, hey, any reason I didn't hear about that for however many months? I'd love to be more involved. And like, they probably hated that. I don't know. 100% promise you upper management hated you. I think a lot of people disliked a lot of the talent, is what I'm discovering over time. Yeah, I think there was a lot of that was not quite being said, but was definitely there. You know, definitely there. I think there were a lot of people that just thought we were like really stupid. Because they were able to like keep certain things hidden. But like, of course, when you have like a layer of a whole bunch of staff telling us things are fine, we're gonna be like, okay, clearly people are investigating, etc. And they did like gymnastics, like crazy gymnastics, triple backflips to keep us from thinking it was okay to talk to each other about certain things, etc. But literally the moment like one domino fell, boom, it was like floodgates. So I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm like, how do you not predict this crashing down horribly when you do it like that, man? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't know. Shit was getting weird. Yeah, it was. Ooh, yeah, I have, Oh, I found my screenshot of the org chart. This was end of March. End of March. It still said 3 C levels. Talent success. It had like 5 managers, 3 merch people, 1 marketing, 1 biz dev, 1 operations. Someone just listed as contractor. 1 design, 1 social media, 2 under finance, and then the Japan team. So let me count. Yeah, it's like 25 people. 1 listed as contractor, the rest listed as full-time. Oh, man. You know, I asked for this org chart like almost a year prior, too. That's when I got it. Because I noticed really early on, I was like, you say we have a department for this, but I'm not seeing XYZ. And my first thing was to ask them for an org chart. And the thing is, I didn't want like a fancy designed one. I was like, just give me a spreadsheet. Name, contact, bullet points of what they do. That's all. That's all. No production staff? 0. 0. And this was after they got rid of a couple people too, and they hired some new people in to positions as well. Like they cycled some in, and I was like, yo, we need like less than half the staff we have here. And at some point they got rid of some people. Were those people left on their own? I don't know. Those people might have been like, this is cooked and stepped out. No clue. But I remember someone telling me like, we have listened to you, and you know, you wanted some people cycled out, and we've discovered, you know, don't really like the work they're doing, so we've gotten rid of them. But then they hired in more people later, and I was like, I didn't want you to just replace people. I wanted you to like downsize. Like, what do you did you not listen the whole time to what I was saying, man? Dude, we have discovered. That's like 10 minutes tops on Google Sheets. Yep. Do you think the org chart was even up to date a month after it was given? I don't know. I don't know, man. No clue. No clue. It was crazy, though. It was crazy. I wonder if I could still access it here. Let me see. I just remember getting this chart and being like, what the fuck is this? What is this? Shit was crazy. Shit was crazy. So insane they remain uncooperative even when Mouse held the nuke over their head. Oh, I know why. I know why. Or I could think of more reasons why even. I mean, who wouldn't go silent? Right? When things are that bad. And we're discovering things are that bad. And it's getting to the point where you're like, you don't know how people are going to go after money or go after things or whatever. Of course they're going to go silent. Hide in a hole and like hope it blows over kind of thing is probably, from their perspective, the best they could do. I would assume. I don't know, but they already fucked up so badly. I don't think it's really going to help them much. I really don't think so. They had no real answers. That too, I mean, I don't think they even could have answered a lot of shit. They'd have to do a lot of discovery, guys. You gotta understand. You gotta understand. They would have had to do so much discovery. It would have been so crazy. So crazy. So one of the first things your lawyer would say nothing? Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. It's got too much attention. They're gonna have to flee the country to avoid the law. Well, I don't know where any of them physically are right now. So who knows? Who knows? I already know there is one that does actually live in another country right now. I just don't know if it's like, if they have a visa or if they're just visiting or if they're like living. don't know that much, so, you know, who knows, man? Who knows? Were there any financial advisors or managers in the company at any point? Financial? We had 2 whole finance staff on this org chart from late March. Finance manager and finance support, 2 different people. And we had a C-level that I know did handle some of that stuff in the past, but they were not listed as CFO at the time. Though I know they worked on a lot of stuff relating to like brand deals and talking about finance and in relation to that. I don't know. Isn't California a really bad state to do this kind of shit? I mean, everywhere is when it's to this level, let's be honest. But yes. Yeah. Yep. Did you ever get to meet those people? Nope. Not once. Not once. Not accounting guys, but like finance consulting. Well, like I said, one's listed as finance managers, manages day to day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they had anyone outside to advise. No clue. No clue. I really wonder what the investors think of all this. I'm so curious what Anthos Capital thinks. I'm so curious. You know, think they're getting nothing back. Well, clearly. I don't know, man. They're busy discovering. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. No clue. They're discovering where their money went. Yeah, yeah. No, Andrew, that guy that posted was not actually one of the investors. It was someone who knew a guy, allegedly. We don't actually know. None of the actual, like, investors have spoken. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, they definitely do have NDAs. I mean, they're least likely to talk. You said, you said, how did they hire you? Know your background, and basically said like, how did they think they could get it past me? I think they probably assumed, which is a totally fair assumption. They probably assumed that if I was a VTuber and not still actively working in what I worked in, that I probably wasn't that good or didn't know what I was talking about or whatever. Even though I explained multiple times, like, hey, I left my industry mostly for health reasons. They probably assumed that. Either way, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you need to have a lot of knowledge on this stuff to notice these things. Like, we had all noticed shit was not good for a while, most of us, and we're just taking our time trying to gather information, because one of the worries is if you just dip, like, you might just never know what happened, never know what went on. There's a lot of like actual formal process that you need to go through. So a lot of us didn't like dip super early because that would have been a worse move for us, honestly. But yeah, a lot of time on that. But I don't think you need to be someone like with industry experience to understand that a lot of stuff here was fishy. Right? It's a strange assumption. So many VTubers are quite smart and capable. Yeah, but two things. Number one, a lot of them also, like, their brand is that they're not. So there's, like, the assumption, right? But then two, you don't know because no one's going to dox themselves and show their resume, right?
Cheer 100,
so you don't know.
100, cheer 100. Hey, boss. I did some discovery and found some bits.
Wow.
Thoughts go out to you and the others. What a
wow, mess. Love discovery. Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So cool. So cool. Hey, if anyone else wants to do any discovery, you're welcome to do so anytime. Oh, fuck that, man. Discovery. Your content's the resumes, they don't need to know what. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's the thing, right? Like there have been many a time where I've like said, "Oh yeah, I used to do this," and someone's like, "Oh, did you?" And I'm like, "You know what? I couldn't prove that without doxing myself. You're right." So I just kind of like never expect anyone to assume anything anyone on the internet says is true, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But it's also like you can't prove anything without being like, yeah, here's my LinkedIn, you know? So that's why I'm like, I'll say stuff, but I don't expect people to be like, that is true and real because she said so, right? You gotta be kind of realistic about this stuff. God, it's 7 years of Blizzard. Yeah, right? That's the other thing, too, is like, a resume doesn't even mean shit sometimes. What did you do at that place? Did people like you there? Did you do good work there? Plenty of people go places and coast, or plenty of people have a name of a role, but it doesn't encapsulate what they actually did. So it's like, If someone talks about something and you're like, I think that's right, okay, there you go, right? Like, what else can you do? I feel like they do that because they know you don't want to dox yourself. Yeah, there's a lot of worry. So, like, you know, I'll be real. If I, like, do certain things legally, I would have to, like, put my name on it. So there can be a lot of apprehension to do that there. Also, when you sign with companies, you do give them your information. Only certain people are supposed to see it, but with how things were mishandled, do I know that's true? I don't know. No clue. And do I believe that some people are not going to just get petty and do something crazy? No. I think they absolutely could, right? And knowing that that's a possibility makes you very apprehensive. But the good news is, if something crazy like that happened, I would 100% know who it is, right? At least. Right? Like, if anything like that happened, like, I don't go giving out my information to a bunch of companies, a bunch of people, right? So, there's really, like, no other way for that to happen. So, you hope it wouldn't. You know, you like to think the best of people, or that there are, like, certain things they just would not do, but you never know. You never know. Right? Said you were afraid of that, or someone, quote unquote, accidentally doesn't delete something correctly. Yeah, right? People can be like, oops, I slipped. Or something gets out somewhere and they're like, it's not my account. I didn't post that. Right? Like, what do you say to that? What do you do about that? So that's why for me, I'm like, I'll just say it out loud right now. If anything like that happens, we know who it is, right? There's just no other way for it to happen. So that's really it. That's really it, you know? My cat posted it. Yeah, exactly. But also vice versa, you know. There are a lot of things that I haven't said out of courtesy. Absolutely. But if something like that happened, you know, I'd have no choice but to start talking about stuff. So, just a reminder. Would legal names end up in court filings? Depends on what happens. There are certain ways you can do certain things, and you can just have a lawyer on it and not your own name. There are other things you can't do like that. There's some like class actions and things like that where sometimes individuals don't get named necessarily. There are different ways. There are different ways. It depends on the specific situation. But in a lot of cases, It does initially, yeah. For a lot of cases, you would have to put your name on it. It's possible, though. It's possible. So that's definitely a big deterrent. Imagine Oscar's rigging the witness stand. No, at that point, it's you, the person, doing shit, right? Yeah, my client, right? That's when you hear lawyers say, my client, and never name a name. Situations like that. Yeah. And then just spears John and Jane Doe's. When you do certain types of cases, yes. Certain types of going after somebody for something, yes. Other cases, no. It depends. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Problem is, too, is people's egos get involved. Instead of it being a discussion, it's a battle of who's right. Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm not even... Me personally, I don't want anything to happen that isn't just supposed to legally happen, or that wouldn't be, like, a fair scenario. Right? Me personally, all I would seek is fairness in this whole, like, however everything plays out. However things end up resolving, whether they do or don't or whatever. All I just want is some level of fairness. That's it. You know? And you just hope that other people feel the same. Yeah, what Tape Man said. It's that new chatter. Hire artists, they draw thing. There you go. There you go. My client, the giggler. Man, I don't know. I don't want to have to deal with that kind of shit. I don't want to have to deal with that kind of stuff, but who knows? Yeah, Greek works. I agree. I wish that weren't a factor. But, you know, you go into this industry knowing that it could be, so... It is what it is. It is what it is. What can you do? What can you do? My goal is just to be able to do the things that I wanted to do that I couldn't before, to like pick those projects back up and hopefully get the merch. But I don't know, there's something blocking the merch right now. Again, I said it earlier, I have legal sign off to get my merch physically. I'm hoping that includes data related to it so I can ship it to you guys to get that covered. But I believe there's an issue with payment toward that company, and something still needs to get resolved if they're going to release stuff. Which is fair. From that company's perspective, the people like physically holding the stuff, totally fair. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, you know, what do I do about that, you know? Where do I fit into that? So, but I learned that today, so I'm like, oh, okay, well, well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm trying to make it right. That is where my head is at, right? Is like, I want fairness for anyone involved who isn't like myself, especially. Our house did not, in fact, get paid. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't blame them for being like, we don't want to just release this. There's also like fees related to picking, which is when you hire a worker or you pay a worker to go to an item, find the right item, put it in a box, ship it to the right person. Right? Like, you have to pay someone to do that. So there's also a payment involved in hiring somebody to go into that warehouse and grab our stuff, put it in boxes, and give it to us, you know? And that's another thing. They're like, don't care who it is, someone has to just pay for that if that work's going to be done. I'm like, hey, that's fair. But that's something that should have been paid all along. So, I don't know. The items are still there. It's just like, you know, they're just in a weird situation, right? They haven't quite been paid for it, so they're just kind of holding the merch. And I guess from their perspective, they just have to hold it as collateral in the meantime, because what else can you do, you know? Was anyone properly compensated ever? Yeah. Which is why a lot of people didn't know to what level things were done wrong. Anytime I asked for an artist to be paid, they were paid. Anytime I had something that I was demanding they pay out of whatever money was being held, they paid. As far as I currently know, I'm still checking in with some people to make sure that's the case. I didn't ask for a lot of things to get paid though. Like it wasn't a ton of stuff. It was just a couple things, but the stuff that I did ask for, as far as I know, was paid. So you had to demand. No, it wasn't like a scary demand. I was just like, hello, I have this invoice from this person. Can you do this one? And they'd go, okay. And the couple times I did that, those got covered. So, you know, it's just one of those things where it makes it look more okay. Yeah, squeaky wheel gets the grease. Exactly. I think they took people like me that were likely to like really complain and just really made sure some stuff was done. Or for some people, I know there were certain things like that that were handled and others that weren't, and it was whatever they complained the most about that was handled. And that way, when some of your stuff is paid and other things aren't, you kind of, you think less is weird, right? Who knows where they were dipping in to pay those? I know one crazy one. I know someone did personally pay. I know there was a person who personally paid some money so that other people could get paid out for some things. And that way things looked okay. Which is crazy. I don't know if it was that they personally paid, like they swiped their own credit card, or if it was like funds that were held to pay that person were used. Like salaries or like whatever, whatever that person was supposed to get. But either way, it was like money that normally would have been in somebody's pocket that instead was there. And I think it was the former. I think it was them like just straight up paying like some invoice. Oh man. You can imagine who? Guarantee you're gonna get it wrong. Guarantee it's wrong. But I'm not gonna say. It's not the time for it, but I don't know. It's a very dangerous thing to do legally. That person's bank account is tied to company assets. If the company got sued, that person would probably get sued. Which is like, why? Why put yourself in that situation, man? That's so stupid. But who knows? Right? It was Boris. It was him the whole time. Can you believe it? The betrayal. I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff where I'm like, man. No good deed goes unpunished type shit. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot that I'm still trying to figure out. There's more I'd like to say. I really want to say, but it's not the time. There's somewhere I'm not the person to say it, so I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna. That one's not on me, or shouldn't come from me. But I don't know. I just feel like some people have been real quiet. We'll give it time. How's the legal system deal with this sort of stuff? Can they just drag it out for years and years? Yes and no. It's so vague. I can't even give you a straight answer on that. Case by case. Case by case on that. And about are you ever gonna get a wild YouTube video? I don't know. It depends on if I even can say certain things at a certain point. Yeah, there's discovery to be done. There's actual discovery to be done. Yeah. That's the thing that takes the longest. I was laughing so hard. Kason said something in one of her videos. She was like, Netflix, if you ever want to make a documentary on this, contact me. I'm so serious when I know it's like I'm okay to say certain things. I'm so down, dude. I'm so fucking down. It would be so cool. It would actually be so cool. Netflix is so desperate for content that isn't unlikely. I know. They actually do. They do shell out for the production costs for those things like pretty easily. We'll see. She's a Ferrari worth the money. Yeah. 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 I think, I don't know. There's some people that are owed so much more than initially thought. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't know. Number one thing people are owed is a real apology. Yeah. No, I don't know. You know, I know we got like a public letter from Gunrun on the VShojo Twitter. I've had no personal messages. Zero. Zero. Last message from him was months ago when I sent an email via my lawyer, not me, via my lawyer. My attorney was like, hey, she would like to leave. Let's start that, right? Let's start that process. And he was like, we've got some meaningful changes happening that might be important context for you. I'd really appreciate a chance to catch up. And I was like, I'm fine with the call. And I brought my lawyer with me to the call as well. There's another member there at the time too. The meaningful context was he was talking about how they were letting go of a couple staff. And it was like changes he was making to make things better, and it was like there was like one other thing that was like a footnote. And I was like, is this supposed to convince me? Meaningful context. Meaningful context, meaningful changes. I mean, I was number one org chart hater, right? Like I was just like, brother. And I was like keeping this in. I wasn't going around telling everyone how much I hate like this org chart or whatever. And I'm like, oh, how is this, blah, blah, blah. I was just like, he knew. It was just him, right? Dude. If I scroll up, the last thing I said to him before that was just my big wall of notes where we were talking about my follow-up to a meeting we had with a bunch of members. I don't know, man. Also, I felt like with staff, especially higher ups, with staff in general, just looking at our DMs, like anytime I needed something from them, so many of them were like away, out of office. You know how many of them went to conventions and the conventions paid for them to have rooms and stuff and have like per diems for their food and travel and all that to go to these conventions? But where did we have booths? Did you guys go to cons and see us have a big presence there? Yeah, they would host parties and they would like do like an industry mixer and have a party. What does that get us? What do they even do? Pfft. Fuck if I know. I got carried around one of those parties on an iPad and it was just a bunch of people hanging out. They didn't even sit there and do like a presentation talking about the company and like, hey, we're working on this or something. It was literally just like rooftop bar hanging out. There was nothing done at it that the thing is, I've been to corporate parties. I understand how you can take them, make them a party, but that also promote something or do something cool. They just like, it was just a party. Like what? Yeah, the only one who had a booth for us in the last while was Senpai Squad, and that was just them alone. That wasn't even ours. They had one AX booth a while back. They had I don't even know. I don't even know. They barely even sold merch at these events, if at all. Industry mixtures become pointless pretty fast in an industry so small. Yep. Yep. It's crazy. Crazy. There was so many of them that would go to. Oh man, and then all the time, a lot of us would have a lot of like important debuts coming up, or like events, or a birthday, or whatever it was around those times, and it'd be like, oops, so many people are unavailable. It would be a mixture of feelings. It would be a mixture of, number one, shouldn't more people be home and be available? Number two, if you're gonna be out of office, shouldn't you set up a couple people to be available during that time in your place? Number three, shouldn't these things have been figured out before you were unavailable? You knew the dates months ago, you know? Like there were a lot of like complaints I heard a lot of talent having around all that. You showed up to one Shoujo booth in AX and it was not much. No, I think the last one we had was just like our logos and our faces around, and you could like stand around, and there was like a monitor for meet and greets, I think. That was it. I don't really remember there being a lot. I don't know. It's weird. I didn't understand the point. What was the point, man? What did that do? What did it accomplish? I don't know. No clue. But yeah, this stuff was just so common. What how expensive the 2024 one was? AX booths tend to be a lot of money when it's in that area. When it's a large one like that. They tend to be huge. It was a merch booth. Yeah, I think the last time we did one where we did sell merch, it was just the key art, and that was I talked about this last week, I think. It was a complaint that a lot of us had, that we wanted to do like actual unique merch to put at the booths, and then do booths at a lot of cons. And we were like, it would make its money back, and maybe we were even like, I remember one of us saying, who was it? One member was like, maybe that would even pay for like, you know, like everyone going to the convention instead of paying themselves, because we thought that staff were paying for their own hotel rooms and stuff. I don't know if some were sometimes or what, but we thought that like that was all them. None of us knew that these were written into contracts with the cons sometimes for like the cons to pay for it. No clue. We thought every single time it was like them personally paying. That's the impression we were under. Or maybe like one person in the company paid for everyone or something like that. You know, like we didn't think it was like company expense every time, or that it was paid for by the cons. That's the crazy part. Also talked about wanting to sell merch at the cons. She always did. She and I would talk about it a lot. A lot. For the monitor thing at cons, did you and your coworkers have an office for that, or did you connect from your normal setup? You just do that from your normal setup. When they do booths at conventions, I always do them from home. So I can still use my setup. So I have like my same tracking, I have my same mic, all of that stuff. And then I just use my home setup the same way I'm streaming. I just send that feed to the booth through like a Discord call. So that's, you know, that's just how you do that. It's pretty easy. I know I've been offered like, they're like, oh, if you ever want to do something in person and you want to like be there yelling from behind a wall so people can hear you, but like just be visually just on a monitor, like we could set up a thing. But then I was thinking about that and I was like, nah, one, I don't want to do that. I just don't want to go into anything in person. But two, then you're not on your same mic. You have different equipment. It just feels like a hassle for not that much benefit, because you're not even like physically handshaking people or anything like that, you know? Like I'm not trying to show myself, so I just stay home and do it from home. You know? C-suite didn't want to spend any money. They want to hoard it and flaunt it at their parties. Yeah, the thing is, like, something I could definitely talk about. There was this stipend that we got yearly, not written into any contracts. It was just a thing that I was promised we would get yearly. That was a chunk of money that was like budget that we would use each year, right? And I think I've talked about this. And it was like we could use a chunk for some expenses each year. And that was, to help us. And because it wasn't written into the contract, I kind of knew, like, okay, this is the thing that they could pull at any moment should things not go well. So I was expecting it to happen eventually. It happened like immediately. So I joined end of 2023. I was able to use it for some debut expenses relating to the debut. A lot of my expenses were already taken care of because I was preparing that myself aside from the group. I was going to just debut that outfit on my own, right? So a lot of that was already taken care of, but anything that still wasn't at that time, I was able to use it on, which was cool. And then the next year, 2024, for the beginning of the year, was talking to Movella and Xsense for a bodysuit. An expensive one for 3D tracking, right? And I get the suit, and I'm paying like the yearly subscription fee. It's a lot of money. And I'm like doing this because I am still at that point told that there is a stipend for that year for 2024. And I'm like, okay, this should cover part or all of this at least, right? And then I get told somewhere mid through the year after money had already been taken out from it that it stipended, right? It was gone. There's no stipend this year. I was not told it was gone though. I was told it's frozen for now while we're figuring out what's going on with some things. We're trying to look for additional investment, whatever, like until we know how certain things are going, we're going to freeze it. And immediately I was like, my manager knows this. I was like, so it's gone. And he was like, well, and I was like, it's gone. And he was like, I would guess it's gone. And I was like, okay. So they paid for everything. And it was money, the money that was used for it, which now at this point, where did the money come from? Doesn't even matter. But it was deducted from money that I took in from sponsorships. So any money I had gotten from sponsorships, boom, gone. Gone completely toward that. Because I was expecting the stipend to exist because I was still told at that point in time that it did. And then I wasn't told until after the money was spent, everything was good. By the way, no stipend. And I was like, oh. Okay. Works. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Welcome on in Atlantis Store. Thank you for 32. But yeah, I was just like, oh, cool. So if I had known I had to spend my own money on this, I wouldn't have gotten it. I would have gone for a much lighter weight setup and made it a long-term goal to maybe get later. There you go. I just straight up would not have made the choice to get it. So, a bunch of money from, it was a lot of stuff. Was that the Monster Hunter sponsorship? Or was that early? I don't remember the dates. But all my early stuff just like went toward that. And I was like, brother, I was like, dude, I'm gonna make negative money, you know? God stuff. Thank you for the boots. Thank you. And I was like, brother, okay. Okay. And of course it wasn't legally written in, and I like knew it could be pulled, but I didn't think they would sit there and tell me we had it. And let me make a huge purchase. And then after that be like, just kidding, it's not here. Right? Crazy. I was fine with the stipend, like, going away if it ever needed to, thinking they would just say it. Right? Just thinking they would say it and I would get to pivot. So, I don't know. That shit was insane. So that just like, I didn't do a lot of sponsorships from them, through them, but like sponsor and merch money that they were holding, boom, just like sucked away from that, which was crazy. Planning on doing 3D content coming out? Yeah, I have a new 3D model being worked on. Pastel's working on right now. I have my new computer parts are on the way. So when I have that, I should be able to render everything that I want to render and not have a problem. Because when I put on like that bodysuit and I'm running the program for it on this PC and trying to stream at the same time, there's some features of some programs that just don't even work. Straight up, they just won't function. So, yeah, it's on pause until I have the new PC. Yeah, then I'll hit the gritty again. Woo! It'll be fun. I'm excited for it. I really wanted to do that. And then shit was just running like ass. So I was like, okay, never mind. But yeah. Oh, Nucky's here. Hi, Nucky. Hi, Nucky. Turn the mic toward him. Nucky, say hi. Nucky, speak. You just grumbled. Now you won't do it on the mic? I moved the mic closer to him. Nuck. Nuck, speak. he's refusing. No! Nucky, please. The people want to hear you. Here, I'll pat his butt. You can listen to that. Ready? There you go. He loves that. Alexa, turn on triple. He loves it. Nuck. Why are you sitting like this? Oh, he's whipping his tail around now. Oh, he's on my mouse pad, facing directly away from me. He's got his butt toward me, like pointed straight at me, and his head pointed straight away. And whenever he does that, he sits there and puts his back toward me. I know he really wants something, right? And he's mad. So right now he probably wants me to feed him, and he's mad that I won't do it. Sounds like a good watermelon. Yeah, doesn't he sound like hollow when I smack his butt? Got that nice, healthy watermelon sound. Nucky, tell the people. Nucky, the sponsor money went to that suit you like to sit on instead of more snacks. Can you believe it? Oh, he's close to the mic. He's rubbing. He's rubbing on the mic. Nucky. Oh, do you hear him? Did you hear it briefly? I don't know if you could. Good boy. Yeah, he likes to rub his face on the mic sometimes. Like when they rub their scent glands on shit. He loves doing that to the mic. I don't know. He likes like the foam. The foam of it. It's his favorite. That's his favorite. Yeah, he likes sitting on the suit. So I put it on this one shelf so he can't really sit on it, but he just tries to wedge himself in that shelf anyway. He doesn't care. So he keeps trying to get on it. I think he likes that because I tell him not to. So it's an attractive idea. Would a triple PC setup, one for gaming, one for model control, one for streaming, be worth it at the larger VTuber level? I think dual is more than enough for all of that. The only time it would make sense, I think, is when you're running like if you run your VTuber in Unreal and you're running a lot of related shit. Maybe. I don't think so. I think it'd be like crazy overkill for the most part. Like give it 3 months. Yeah, the room would get so hot. The power draw. Fuck, man. No. You can run one in Unreal. Yeah. Anything that can render anything 3D, you can like run a VTuber model in there. You can put the file in and you can run it. Being able to hook up whatever software you use to take in motion capture data from your trackers. Whatever you have doing that, you have to be able to chain into said program and have it accurately reflect in real time your movements. Sometimes things are made to just do that, and you could just hook stuff up easily through a few settings. Sometimes some programs are not made to just like live motion capture everything like that, and you have to jerry rig and daisy chain a few programs together to make that function. So that's possible, but it's a little harder. I think Unreal has gotten more accessible, but you have to run a lot of stuff to use it live. So, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's not really necessary. A VTuber model ran through Flash. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would like get real-time data in there. A lot of those things are like meant to be edited in post, right? You can put motion capture data that's an existing file into a program and have a character move in that way and like play an animation over and over. But getting it to happen in real time and be constantly displaying, actively capturing in like your end program, like Unreal and stuff like that. That stuff is a bit harder, but yeah, Unreal is a lot more accessible than it used to be for VTubing. It's a lot less difficult. It's just a matter of if it's worth it for you, because other programs tend to do like 90% of what you need, and then using Unreal is really just for like an extra little chunk of graphics looking better, you know, rendering hair a certain way if you're like a 3D artist and you want to do that. And I feel like that's cool, but so not worth it, because unless that is your content, it doesn't make better content, right? Like Miko's a good example, because she'll be like, oh, look at how my hair renders, and she'll brush her hand through her hair, and she'll make a YouTube short out of that, and people will be like, holy shit. But that's the content, right? It's like, look at my rendering, look at this, look at that. That's it, that's the content. So if your content is that, then yeah, it makes sense to like use something like Unreal. But if you're just trying to like make a fun show, and the way your hair physics are doesn't really like make the show better, then you don't need to use Unreal for it, you know? But a lot of her content is around her being someone who understands that tech well, and, you know, so it makes sense for her. But I don't know, for a lot of other folks, I think trying to run something in Unreal would just heat up your room more. And that's it. You know, like, I don't think you'd get much out of it. Not really. Not really. Most people don't even move that much when they play games. I need to get myself to move more. I move my arms a lot when I talk, but like my body and my head, I don't move a ton. So when I'm playing games, I'm literally like this. Wow, that's so crazy. Like, I you know? Sushi Dragon setup blows your mind. Dude, Sushi Dragon is one of my favorites as far as like just the shit he does with his tech. Man, crazy. Crazy. One of my most favorite streams of his was when he did a Charmin sponsorship. And they didn't really know what to sponsor him for. They were just like, do your usual thing, do one of your like dance shows, and just like put Charmin in it, like the toilet paper brand. And he was like, okay. So he kept pressing buttons to transform himself like into the Charmin bear and like be dancing, and then he'd like create more clones of it, so you'd see it on the side rendered facing sideways, you know. And it was like so stupid. It was so dumb, but it was great. Like that sponsorship fucked. I thought that shit was so cool. And I don't even think there's any of it on YouTube. Let me see. Charmin Sushi Dragon. Nope. Nothing. He's got a dancing stream. This might be one of his OGs. I don't think this was the Charmin one though. I want to do this. I look at the shit he's doing, and I'm like, bro, like, why do anything else? Why do anything else when you could just like use bad 70s effects? I don't know, man. Let me grab this. Let me show you. I love these streams so much, man. I love when he does this shit. It's so good. Hold on. Let me open this up. I want to show you this stream so badly. Ugh. Sushi Dragon is iCarly on Twitch. You're so right. You're so insanely right. You know, here, let's go to the screen. Be easier if I do this here. He really is. Oh, I gotta put chat on the screen. You know, last stream someone kept saying, like, mentioning that chat was on the screen, and it just made me not want to put it on the screen. I'll do it today, though. I don't know, I just felt like the more they said it, the more I was like, shut up. They weren't mean about it at all. They were being great. They were just trying to be helpful, but I was like, man. I think what it was that they copy pasted their message 3 times, and then I was like, well, now I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? It's my toxic trait. Okay, guys, check this out. This shit changed my life. He got raided in that moment. Like he would scene switch. He would put his chat behind him. Here, wait. Can I hold on? The audio from this one's going to the wrong one. There we go. Look at this. Look at his setup, man. He's got all his shit on his arms, so he can just like scene switch and make stuff appear. Anything you see change is just him pressing buttons like this. He's just camera switching live. And he would constantly line himself up with this sub notification. Look at this, dude. This was my most favorite scene. Look, the stream was just, he just did a dance party for like hours. I mean, why? What the fuck are VTubers doing, dude? He's better than all of us. He's literally a man with a green screen is no different from the capabilities of a VTuber with a 3D model, and then he's doing so much more than all of us. We're fucking up, guys. We're fucking up. We're fucking up so bad. He did this 6 years ago. He did this so many years ago, man. Yeah, Platty did do stuff like this. I know. You know what it is? This takes time to set up, and nobody wants to take the time. Look at this. The cross in the background. Oh, the effects go crazy. I feel like this is like an Earth, Wind, and Fire music video from back in the day. Remember they used to do this shit? This was revolutionary so many years ago. Imagine if you could do this and you could have someone in the room with you being a broadcast engineer. So you have someone else pressing these buttons too. Imagine. The camera setup capturing this is crazy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at his crowd. His very real crowd. Dude, he set up so many scenes for this. So many scenes to do this stupid shit. And I remember being in chat watching this. Wow. Oh my god. Look at this. Like, why? I don't know why VTubers pay companies for concerts. Why pay somebody to like make your concert with you when you could just do this? What the fuck are we all doing, right? What are we doing? I should do an anniversary concert, man. I'm just gonna do this. Fuck it. People are like, when's the GEEGA concert? You don't know what you're signing up for, buddy. Someone call Jol. I'm gonna bring in Jol as my consultant. I'm gonna have one staff member and it's gonna be Jol. And I'm gonna be like, Jol, I need you right now. We're making a concert. Jol, we're doing a concert. It's really important. Yeah, it's gonna be called GEEGA 3000. The cardboard. Look at it. Look, he had this device that looks like... It looks like a little stream deck that he's pressing buttons on. You know what it is? It's an extra numpad. It's just an extra numpad. That's what he would tape to his arm. Boom. Yeah, the num block. There you go. And that's how he would do half his shit. A lot of his old equipment was just that. Isn't that crazy? The one time I raided Jol, you were scared of mesmerized. I used to raid him a lot more. I didn't raid too much because I felt like I would raid. Oh my god, the military watching concerts. I would raid and people would get really overwhelmed. Oh Oh. Oh, dude. He's got the American Idol clips. There's no way. Why is he wearing an off-white shirt, by the way? Is it real? That's like a $500 t-shirt. Oh, yeah, yeah. Back to interpretive dance. Yep. Now imagine this, but you guys can spend bits to change the effects. Guys, imagine the first ever interactive 3D VTuber concert, and you decide what happens. Dude.
Hi, I'm S-Dragon, creator and founder of S-Dragon Studios. And I have thing.
Oh.
You're probably wondering how we do this. Well, we use hotkeys, OBS, and a simple numpad. No complicated software. Just
wow.
Free time.
I'll buy whatever he's selling.
Thank you, Mark.
Wow.
We make content through improv using exclamation.
Why does he keep hesitating? I don't know.
Has this ever happened to you? Hi, can you play my song? No. My song, please. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes.
What is that?
Well, that doesn't have to happen anymore.
The thing that's crazy too is he's camera switching between himself. So those weren't pre-recorded. He was camera switching to do that. That's crazy.
Hi, I'm almost unlike C, and I don't. Oh God, this doesn't work. Come on, keep going. Keep going.
Dude, he's playing hard bass. Let's go.
Don't you die on me yet.
Are his feet duct taped? I didn't get this far into this concert, man. This shit got better and better. I had no idea. I didn't know it got this good, man. I knew it was good, but I didn't know we were here. Oh, dude.
Thank you very much.
And then he died on stream, man. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Dude, I just... That's you on the floor when I rated Jaw, man. We gotta rate him again. I gotta find him. I gotta find him, and you know, next time we see him live and I'm ending stream, we gotta get him. We gotta get him. All right, I'm gonna go refill my water. I know it's been a billion hours. I wanted to just chat because it's been so long since we've streamed. It realistically hasn't been that long, but for me, any break is like forever. So I'm gonna go refill my water. And then we're gonna play a little something. We're gonna play a little something. All right. Okay. All right. I'll put it here because the screen is more interesting, but I'm gonna come back and go right back to the other when we start playing games, okay?